certainly the best. ITV.
Waiting they happen.
Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah, oh. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah, oh. Citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, anywhere we did, they watch us for ITV, they watch us online for Facebook, for YouTube, for TikTok, for TikTok. They watch us online. However, I dey for a salad now. You know, say people go they talk say, and so food they there for the city, but where I dey so I dey for a belly market. And you know, say all the farmers where they Amaha, where they belly, where they Agbodi, where they all this area, all these things where they see so now direct from the farm. All this kasa, all this plantain and yam and different things we go see for this belly market. Now direct from the farmers. Now they are now from here. It go enter Abuja, it go enter Lagos, it go enter Benin, it go enter Warri, it go enter Port Harcourt, it go enter different places. But how the price be now? Plantain don't there, be don't ship. But here, now here you go really know the price. I really take because now direct from the farms. But money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word I dey tell you so. Yeah, we don't dey go. I agree to God. Well done, no. Hey, whoa. Direct from the farm, direct from the farm, leaf from the farm, cocoyam from the farm, pear from the farm, direct from the farm. Yamo, so I make sense. So, sir, sherry, direct from the farm. I dey for a belly market for Igwe local government area. Hey, we see Yamo. Okay, all this yam now direct from the farm. All this yam now from here they go enter different place for Nigeria. But I need to price them. Who they are? Now what them are? I buy yam. I like this one. Mommy, who they are? Who they are there now? You don't sell them? Like how much for this one before? Like for one buy them? 40,000. Say everything here, 40,000 naira, but they don't buy them. Me they find the one where I go buy now.
You're right.
Madam, how you dey? You mean say yam they really dey cheap for you?
They dear. You know this is the time of planting. It dey dear. As you can see now, she refused 25 cents at 35 last.
For this one?
20.
But this one are direct from the farm. Like they come here now.
They are using money to work the farm.
Okay.
Then they buy fertilizer, job, and I cost them.
Okay.
So they do.
Okay. Thank you. Wow. Why you dey put mark for the yam? You don't buy am. You don't buy am. So I want buy this type. No. You know, say you want carry and go Lagos or Abuja, be na inside city.
Na Benin.
Benin. Okay, the price go come change, but what you come make this yam come here for Benin?
Because of transport.
Transport.
Fuel dey cost.
We are supposed to have. Are you just make a fair check?
No, they will wait for you for there.
I want buy yam.
Which one you want buy? Water yam abi?
Which one go suit? I dey like pardon yam and yam. Where I take the chop oil with pepper. I dey for a belly market. I come. They say things they cheap for market here.
Even cheap for my home here.
This one, This one, more price and the price.
No, 50,000. Now 22 bars.
I said, show me better yam make I chop. You say now 50,000 and I go pay for this yam.
No, better yam. Now you see this kind one for Benin.
Everything here 50,000.
Yes.
My present.
Oh, your present.
25,000.
I not sell.
Now you the seller.
Yes, now.
Too much.
Now for carry account now because we not get market. We not get market, so we go transport our goods from Amaho come this market.
What be una challenge when I really face for that Amaho community?
No road, no market. We suppose there our market now, but we dey Bele market. At times Bele they pursue us. Mona they go. What do we want to do?
But they say una get a farm where food stuff.
No, you see all this yam so now Amaho get all of them. Ask people when they here. Amaho. What them? Nothing. Ah, but the women will carry your come here now Amaho.
So na challenge now.
No road, no market.
No road.
No market.
No market.
Buyers no they come.
For where?
Yeah, Amaho. Go see yam when carry come.
Where I am?
Because of the road is bad, people are not buying things cost. Okay, make it feel me.
No, sit down.
Make it the film will come from. Now we bring go. Now Amaho we forgot. Amaho no road, no market, no school. School where there no teacher.
For Amaho,
no teacher.
I want go there now.
Go, I'll enter back. Come to meet you. We don't get teacher for Amaho. For secondary school, the road when they are Amaho Brigham. No road.
All this
no
now.
Amaho Brigham.
That means say una the food stuff they really did that.
Where Gario, yam, everything what you need, you dey planted. If na 100 does you, how many does if na trailer? You dey Amaho.
So if government do that on Amaho road now,
if not for us
they
now,
tire.
they tire for us. We will get market.
Okay, market will come
Market
there.
will come. The teacher will come to enter.
Food today there where but
Food today, market not
For Amaho.
road. Not be there with
teacher not there. They say they not they stay road not there. Now so, men help us beg governor.
Senator Monday Paolo. When they go tell that to Amaho road.
When they come help us, now beg.
So you say road,
school, teacher, market, market.
On a market, people know they come.
I know. Road not there.
For one buy that yam, no.
You want buy like how much?
How much you sell for?
That one now, that the price now 15,000. Easy like that. Try not catch her.
Look before farm here, you go carry from backyard.
That's easy. Now backyard, now say you will talk on a backyard.
For backyard, yeah.
Now how you? Now here they make her before I can come out. Not be one day job, oh. Not be one day job.
Okay.
It's time for brushing.
Okay, 10,000.
You know carry
How much I pay?
Now that 15 manager.
15. Like how many did they?
Now 20 pieces.
Now what I am? Go good to take chop oil.
Where?
That's why I said buy one that day. If I cook them, they get the way take it.
This one not be like this.
Amaho yam.
This one Amaho yam.
Amaho yam. Oh yeah, you dey receive a lot of in cash.
I dey receive a lot.
Transfer.
Anyone.
Okay. So now that yam one buy now. Go cut a letter for me now. Selector. Then 15,000 naira. Help me. But for some you put like somewhere after they do padenia.
No, this one I'm going to show you that one. I'm going to show you that one. If you wear me,
see this one, mommy. Sorry, my boy. No, see this one now. See this one. Me for you. Mommy put better and use another one to miss her for me now.
What's on? Not to do that yam.
Not to do one. So you know if you put like 5 for me for padeniam.
No, you should not bring that.
Okay, come. We borrow. So you say for this Amaho, we will be get food stuff, things, food there.
Food there, where?
Now the road to take carry come out.
No motor, no market.
What's the other yam? Pay my dad.
This one, Jonah.
Eh?
This one is 20,000.
Which kind of yam you want to show me again?
For pounded yam.
Like how much that one?
The 22 bars, if you reach like 50,000, but if you see you will like her. What's on? You will like her.
For how much?
What's your first?
Like how much you talk just now?
You will reach like 50,000.
No, I know fit.
You don't want to be.
Yeti. Hey! Load down.
This one, John Amo.
You are selling at 13.
30,000. No, the mama seller. I'm 19,000.
15.
I'm not say 18. I'm 19.
Not be the same yam be this. I mean, not be the same yam.
At the same now.
So, anywhere you there for the world, they watch us. They watch us online for Facebook, for YouTube, for TikTok. They watch us for ITV. When I come this Ebele market, you know, say if you go this Amaho, everybody, all these farmers out there, all this area. Now here they carry direct from their farm. Come here, come say. However, people they come from different parts of the country to come buy here. People they sell for Benin, for Lagos, for Abuja, for different places. They come this Ebele market. But you see, I just they talk to some of the farmers, and they say like that Amaho now. One of the challenges they get, they say their road, no good access road. Make Edo State government make they come tie their road, and if they tie their road, their markets go they function woto. Hope say this year me go sweet oh.
Well, it was sweet. It was sweet, well.
15. So me add this one, Jonah.
This one.
Waiting they happen.
Oh no, see what did happen now. This country, we don't learn right, we don't learn left again. See market now, if you see all the women big, now they just finish because of hunger. Where will they go for this country? Now front will they go on our back will they go?
I suppose the way you tell the talk.
2017. Now we dey 26. That one don't lost. Now country will dey like that. See my head, what? Now because of hunger, where can they come out? Also, where will they go for this country? Go see hospital, people don't die finish. Hunger. No sickness.
Seafood everywhere. Seafood everywhere. Nobody
agree buyer. See, I did there. Nobody, no motor to carry out. No motor. All the other are there at house. See where we are going now.
Nigeria want cash fire.
Fuel. I want that Sherry. Who do you want that Sherry? Sherry,
very cheap.
give me 500 naira.
500 though. Give you.
Paka.
Give you.
However, as I come this village market for Billy, the people they complain, especially Gary farmers, they complain. They say Gary too cheap.
It's very expensive.
Give me take it. How does the people will show me where now? Your bill. Thank you.
Passengers no dey come market again. Buyers no dey come market again because of fuel too costly. No good road from here to Agbo. They go to Onitsha go enter Agbo. That one good. Then they from Onitsha to enter Agbo. E no good. Road is not good again. Very cheap. And we don't see customers for market. Buyers no come market again. Buyers.
My tester.
Buyers no come market again. We don't see for the buyers for market.
Meat and fish, they are expensive.
May calm down. Thank you. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Na true word I dey tell you so. I don dey go. I wan enter Amaho. I wan enter Amaho. I wan enter there now.
Waiting they
Yam and everything. I enter the market, people they complain. The women they vex Gary too cheap.
It too cheap, really. No business a joke. If we business come from Lagos, come from here now, we don't regret the art.
No be small thing, no.
Okay, no. Let me analyze it for you. You will buy Gary. Listen to me. You get your own cassava farm. Now money you take clearer. Now money you take weeder. Now money you take planter. When you go reach the time to the harvest, you will harvest. with money. Now money will take care come. And they will collect 1,000 naira per bag. 3 bag now the full basic. That 3 bag now 3,000 already. When they take pleasure, 3,000 already. Now all your way will be say will feel catch and will be say will full that basic. Now 2,000 will be down 5,000. Now they go say carry 5,000. Where the labor? Where the money when they take carry the load? When they take carry the where the money? So all to the this here, my brother, you know easy for the women. You know easy for the women. You know see. There is no way. There is no way you go to Edgy, beg and say, make the collection. They know the collection more than again. Because of what? Diesel. The diesel is cost. Everything is cost. When you accumulate the money, the expense, the labor, and everything, when we say you make that basic food is already 10,000 naira. And the cost at the rate of 7,000. What is the profit? Somebody came to this market, last market. He gave 4 acres of Gary. He book on the same company, nobody give price. The man go out like that. He said no see woman will buy her. They say if they will buy her, make the man allow them do the Gary process first, make them know how much they give her. The man cry go house.
Like that bag of Gary, like how much you say the seller?
I say na 7,000. Wait. Go check out.
Hey! Okay, no wonder the women the vessel. This Gary now, I say na 7,000.
This Gary na 7,000. Now we take sell am 7,000. And this Gary now 2 days. Now I take work out for farm. Ground now e dey hard. Wow, take wife your put am. I come buy oil. Take to inside. Oil why take do am? Na 2,000. Why the engine? The engine 4,000. How much come be my own for inside? One I beg, make I tell us, make the bill sort come up. Make we feed the chop.
So this Gary na 6,000 naira, 7,000.
7,000. We dey beg them for 7,000. Make they buy am for us.
So what did they pay you now? Be say your labor and the things what you use to take produce this Gary.
He waste. May we not put that for us. Maybe say with the chopper. May we buy our children the chopper. And we better part. If we say we want go buy fish, one fish now 8,000. So if you say you want buy maybe buy manage.
Okay, let's start from the farm. You call carry and call house. Then you call peel am. I call grind am. Then I call carry and go house, go fry am. All that one not be my money. Oh, the engine for inside now 3,000. Why take grind am? I go buy oil 2,000. So not be say 5,000. How much can remember for the 2,000? Now I want to go buy fish.
Now you see get
and I me sing that me buy am. Na buy for farm oh. I buy for farm. And I take machine take care come back for farm.
So, like how much you supposed to sell this bag of Gary when you supposed to get? Okay, wait. Okay, make she talk.
This Gary now, I supposed to sell her either 30 or 25.
Very clear.
Now, maybe I'll still get my own for inside. Because money when I take her come for farm now, 2,005. That they take machine take her come.
Don't you?
Did everything don't waste. So I wait I'll take chop. I know they carry out the come market say we say no we need to buy Maggi, pepper. Let make am. I not get any gain for inside. So I beg, we the beg una. No na take.
Make the Gary price make it go up.
Make we pour my mouth
from 7,000 to 30,000 naira.
Yes, so it too much. So they not 30, 20, 25. Make it good. Yeah, man. Make it go. Job now. I don't think I don't.
We will sit by now. Me buy.
What buy? Yeah, it dey from there.
If you carry yam come market now, 20 na rope. If you carry am come market, we can sell at 10,000 for yam and to carry job for farm. Not be small money. Carry job to clear. Yeah, if they clear finish, they'll still carry job take digger. Not be small money that they pay.
Money now they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Oh.
What happened? I will say.
Clear now. I say make I see. Come inside this belly. Come look whether I go see chip and yam and plantain.
It is small. Farm now the guy build. They don't frustrate farmer. We know it does cheap over cheap. Over cheap.
Why they talk so they don't frustrate farmers?
Mona talk to government too.
What happen?
The things what they buy, it too dear, and what would they sell too low. See for now on the high side.
No, wait. What do now they buy for the farm to take to the farm?
If high where?
And the money when I take they sell them
over low. See my where?
I bet where they sell Gary for this market, Gary? Dada. Hey whoa! Money now they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word, I they tell you so. I bet where they say Gary. Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing.
Jesus called you. He said, "Come and be saved." He said, "I love you and die for you." He said, "Repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand." I said, Jesus, He will heal your life. He will deliver you. He will save your soul. He will change your story. He will add something to your life when you surrender to Him.
Unchangeable, reliable.
Reliable God.
Only God can do.
Oh yes.
What no man can do. I don't they go. Hey, whoa. If I want to buy this bag now, like how much?
Go give me 100,000 carry.
For ordinary corn within my backyard.
Is there your papa? I dey find out for you. They video me. Oh yeah, they video me.
Ordinary corn. When I go just throw one seed for my parlor, I go grow. Throw another one for battery, go grow. Throw one for backyard, go grow. Now I go buy this bag 100,000 naira.
Yes, oh. You know see what if they happen? Now we get fuel, now we dey suffer am.
I just come from village for Amawa. I don't know fuel they don't increase fuel.
Now my for come. Oh yeah, they continue. That bush now for come. That forest. Hey, now what for you? As if I reach.
That forest matter they talk about it wait.
So no, you dey try to talk say me as I'm our boy because they never tie our road. Now you dey look us like that.
No, I'm not looking like that, oh my dear.
How much last?
How much
last?
Come on, they cost now. Not be waiting Nigeria cost.
Like you tell.
See Gary, now how much they say Gary? Where they suffer, they all suffer. Uproot them, beat them, go engine. 2 days now they tell they do Gary. Nothing.
Now breaking news now. You know say as I come village market now you go know the cocoa now. The people when they carry Gary farm and when they sell Gary, they vex. They say they don't get joy. Say you no go fit. Say Gary no dey fit do competition with rice, with beans.
With everything.
But Nigerians they happy say Gary don't ship now. Nigerians they happy say Gary don't ship. But you know they happy say Gary ship.
No. I'm not happy. No.
What woman they use not be Gary? Not Gary. Only Gary with the seed for this side.
Money no they come from heaven.
If you want pictures, you don't know how much we went to the buy only wood.
Okay, are you a farmer? Are you a farmer? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
What it cost you for this matter? Are you a farmer?
Four now, 1,400. Now.
We don't get. You know this is how the family they work.
I tell the work. They say this one will work. This one it work. It don't work now. They just put this move for inside this thing. They just do it. They say it work. 2 days no work. That's what they do. Let me show. That's what they do.
Fight for me. They not grind Gary too much.
This thing we want to so not talk am again. No.
I go tell
you. Make Gary women they strike.
Make them strike. It too much. Person go suffer finish, you no go see what he say why buy for fish na fish dey cost. One fish 7,000, 8,000. Now you go grand how many they buy? I beg you, my God, they go.
Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. How they go? See plantain. Hey whoa, mama. Everything now. You don't shut out the old cheap plantain. You don't shut out.
Only 1 kilo so. Who go help us? Make you help us so. Average Nigerians. Hungry day.
May Baba God locate your helper.
Hey man, no. May bless my helper. May my helper for bless me too. Hey, now so.
Beautiful woman. How are you?
Sir. I'm fine, sir. Good morning, sir.
Hey, whoa! I there for a belly market. Yam, plantain, all of them there. It's cheap where?
Huh? Plantain for Bele market, we not see buyer. As we stand like this.
Talk to me.
We don't stand there though, we not see buyer.
I did for a Bele market for you go by local government. Plantain, yam, all the farmers this time. Direct from the farm.
Buyer, see ya. No buyer, oh. As big as this one, then they price me 500. Now I tell you, I say drop and make you they go. Because now 22 me buyer, transport and come here 2,000. He come now the price 12,000. Not be 500 naira, be 1,000 each bunch. Now tell and say come on here. Stress there, we don't they suffer.
And this one they talk.
You can't price 2 of this one.
I be teacher say make I give you 500 naira for this one.
Okay, no. I say I buy on 22, I carry a call 2,000, I be 24. Based on say money not there, transportation too high. The woman come the price on 12,000. Now pursue one.
How much for this one if I want to buy one?
If you want buy one, as it take on, they say 125, but she come the price on 1,000.
But for Benin City, they said this thing 1,800 naira now.
For Benin City, now that time when they surplus, now scarce time. If you view very well, you'll see destroyer. This one now breeze and sun destroy this one. Farmers they stress, they suffer. So now it they cost for here now dozen with the say 60. Before dozen at 25-30.
So everything now, how much you want to say this one now?
Now 25 I say make she
25k.
Yes.
I see people when they do Gary, they invest, they follow me, they fight, say Gary too cheap.
Gary too cheap, they want for straight farmers. Not be lie. They want for straight farmers, so fuel when they increase now, it be suffer head way day.
I'm surprised when you talk say they want for straight Gary farmers.
They want for straight us.
They want for straight us, fuel money. They want kill people, they want kill them. Fuel money.
What be this one?
Na melo.
No, not be some melo, bill.
Hausa melo.
Okay, Hausa melo.
Who
don't they go?
Waiting they happen. Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ògbó. Ẹwà ẹ̀dọ̀dọ̀ rẹ̀ tó ẹ̀tọ́ ní kẹrẹ̀ kú ògbó. Orí ọba ní kan.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community
to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Idions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Ọdún ma Okada zima Esama zima dio Ebuna zima dio Ọbala zima dio Marawe Mahari Esama dio na Mimado Pom Esama Mimado Beken Esama Emana dio Wawe na Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba No get Tony Maga No diami Magame Manido Bekene na Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewu Dori Ima Adi Awogene All the Tiagbo Yano Emi Magame We need just to know me afar.
In this summer, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion Way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony. Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbong Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
àtúwájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ayaba àtọ́gé ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́gé ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
For joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adisu Wausawage, and today we want to be talking about something that affects not only one woman but women in generally, and some women can actually manage it while some cannot manage it. Okay, so it depends on the woman. All right, so we want to look at menopause. Doctors have said, nature has said that it is a natural biological process women go through, typically between age 45, 55. That's before, we don't know now. And it is when the ovaries stop producing estrogen, leading to the end of menstruation. And symptoms vary. So doctor is here to tell us the rest about menopause. So joining me to talk about this is Dr. Toyin Elizabeth Faboya. She is the Chief Medical Officer, University of Benin Health Center. Hello, doctor.
Thank you.
You look good, always looking good.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so we're here to talk about women palava. Talk to us, doctor. Menopause from the doctor's view. I just said my own from the research that I made as a doctor. Talk to us about menopause.
Thank you. Menopause, first of all, we should know that it's a natural process. It's not a disease condition.
And it's not a curse.
It's not a curse. It's a natural process, normal developmental stages of women. So it marks like the end of menstruation, menstrual period in a woman, you know, due to the loss of lost or decrease in function of the ovarian follicular activities in the body. You know, women, we have 2 ovaries that releases eggs every month. So due to the reduce in the function in the production of the hormones like the estrogen and progesterone, so it will now lead to gradual reduction in the menstrual period, then before it will now finally cease. So we can say that somebody is in has entered menopause when there is no menstruation at all for 12 consecutive months. Because we also have what we call perimenopausal, that's before the menopause, around the menopause, and I mean, and this can take like 4 to 10 years, average of 5 to 8 years before the menopause. At this period, the individual can start experiencing irregularity in the menstrual flow, both with the quantities, the volume. Can be alternating. Maybe this time around it can just be spotting for the normal duration is 2 to 7. So in this case, it might just be spotting for like 4 or 5 days. Then in another cycle, it might now be flowing heavily. In fact, the individual might think maybe there's something else associated with the menstruation. No, it's just because of that period with around the menopause.
So apart from the seizure of blood, what other signs and symptoms are there?
Because of the effect of this estrogen, these hormones in the body, because it's not only for that menstruation function. We also have the receptors in the brain, in the muscle, in the joint, in other areas. So
every part of the woman's body.
So that's why when the symptoms comes, it do affect the whole body. And this menopause is around age 45 to 55 years. Average age, the average age is 51 years.
51 years.
51 years.
And so menopause must come on every woman.
Yes. And some do even come earlier.
Earlier than 45.
Earlier than 45. So we call that one is early menopause. Then we also have the one we call premature.
Premature. Please describe that one for me. Let's see.
Premature is also the cessation of the menstruation that comes before age 40. Before age 40 years.
All right, a woman we've heard stories, we've heard some testimonies here and there that even after menopause, a woman conceives and bears a child, because, you know, during menopause, a woman is not supposed to conceive, right?
Yes.
But as a doctor, how medically okay is that?
It's possible, because we have what we call ovulation. Ovulation is when the ovary releases the eggs that when there's now sexual intercourse, the sperm will now fertilize. So at times, especially around that perimenopausal stage, the individual might not menstruate, but they might be released of the eggs from the ovary.
And she can get pregnant.
Yes, so you can also get pregnant even without the menstruation. Also, this also occur during the early stage of puberty. You know, when a girl child attains puberty age, the climax is what we call menarche. That's the appearance of the menstruation. So also around that age, the initial 2 to 3 years, because of this hormonal imbalance. So the girl child might not menstruate, but that doesn't mean that it's not ovulate. So once you are ovulating, there's possibility of pregnancy if there's sexual intercourse.
You know, like some women, once they hit menopause, they run helter-skelter from one hospital to another, one spiritual home to another. So talk to us, doctor. What are the best treatment options for menopausal symptoms?
Before we talk of treatment, let's look at the symptoms first.
You know, you told us some of the symptoms already.
So some of the symptoms, especially at the initial stage. We call it vasomotor symptoms.
Vasomotor symptoms. Is that English?
No, it's our medical.
Vasomotor syndrome. Vasomotor.
Yes.
Okay. Vasomotor. What does it mean?
So there's this. The way it will manifest in the body. Okay, like 80% of women, they do experience what we call hot flashes. Yes, that hot flashes, a kind of heat sensation from the head down to the neck to the chest. Maybe that will last for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Then it goes away. Can also reoccur more than 4 or 5 times
in a day.
In a day.
Wow.
So then also because of the effect of these reduced hormones in the body, the individual can also experience what we call sleep disturbance.
Okay.
Insomnia.
Okay.
Finding it difficult to sleep at night. Night sweat. Excessive night sweat.
Okay.
Then the person can also experience what we call headache.
You know, the last time we treated headache with somebody, he said there are different types of headache.
Yes.
Forehead, somewhere, you know, in the
Tension,
center of it. So at which part of the head will she feel the headache? So that the woman knows what is coming up on her. Is it all round, or there's a special area of the head where
most likely all round?
Okay.
That's the both sides.
Persistent headache?
No, might just be mild.
Okay.
But there will be disturbance.
Okay.
Especially in the sleep area. So after that, we can also look at the effects in the urogenital system. That's the urinary system.
Okay.
And the vaginal area.
So there will be problem there too.
Yes, there is. At that stage, there's what we call frequency. That's the individual might not start urinating frequently.
Okay.
Maybe with small volume at a time.
Okay.
Then there's also what we call urgency. Urgency is the feeling that when you feel like urinating, for example, and you feel that the environment is not conducive, then you'll be able to hold the urine. But at that stage, you will not be able to hold the urine. So if you are not fast enough, you might now see yourself wetting your body. And there's what you call incontinence. Because of the, we said this estrogen is not only for the menstruation aspect alone, it also strengthens the muscles and things like that. So when they are reduced or lack in the body, it also affects the muscles.
Will not be slacking.
It will not be slacking. Okay. So the individual might start releasing urine, maybe with after coughing or excessive laugh and things like that. So the urine will start leaking. It will now start leaking out.
Is that normal? Because for some women, they will see it as a big problem.
It's a problem. So in which, if anybody is experiencing such, you should just visit the hospital. And there are some exercises that you can also do to strengthen the muscles there. It's called a Kenge exercise.
Kenge exercise.
In which you just have to strengthen. There's a way you sit and strengthen your muscle down there. So you do it continuously. You hold the muscle there, you release it. So as I'm here now, I'm doing it. So
now you will teach me. You are going to teach me when we leave here. So you hold the vaginal muscle.
Muscles, you just hold it tight.
Okay.
For some time, then you release it.
Okay.
So you are strengthening the muscles around that area.
Okay, so once you're 45 and above, you know that you're approaching menopause, you should learn that exercise to save you from leaking urine when you don't even want to pee. The thing will just come on its own like that. Perhaps the woman should wear sanitary towel or something at that point too.
No, I don't think this is necessary, except if the person is experiencing it often.
Okay, so it's just once in a while thing, maybe when you cough or you laugh too much.
Yes.
That's huge. So talk to us about treatment now.
Okay.
So what kind of treatment can a woman take for such an issue?
As I said earlier on, it's not a disease condition.
Okay.
That you start looking for treatment. Are you getting it? It's a natural process.
Yes.
So except when it's not so disturbing, to the extent that it's now preventing daily activities and things like that,
then that's when
the person might not need special attention. But there are some coping mechanisms
that you can employ.
All
right, let's take a very short break here. When we come back, you come and tell us about that coping mechanism and some other things like mood swing. Somebody did say that mood swing is another terrible problem when it comes to menopause. All right, we'll take a very short break now. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Thank you for joining us again on the program Healthy Living, and we are looking at menopause. All right, Dr. Faboya, you did say that there are some exercise a woman can engage in and then treatment. Does this treatment include hormonal or non-hormonal treatments?
Yes, we have what we call hormonal replacement therapy.
Okay, how does that work?
That one is like, you know, I said there is a loss of now estrogen and progesterone in the body. So in the severe condition, that's a serious condition that the person is now, now needs to be admitted into the hospital. So they can now reintroduce those hormones. So that's what we call hormonal replacement therapy.
Would that not cause another problem for the woman?
Of
maybe
course,
like cancer
there's
or any
associated issue with it, side effects. So it's not the first line of treatment. So it's after exploring the hormonal treatment. The severe cases, so they might need to introduce it for some time and then withdraw it gradually.
Okay, that is when these symptoms are severe, woman can go to the hospital.
Yes.
But when they are not severe, normal, the woman can just live through it.
And because it's not a disease condition. I mean, you understand? It's a normal, natural process that you now need to get used to. With this information now, it will now prepare the individual psychologically to be able to cope with it. Because some people, without the information, the pre-information, they do tends to think that it's not a disease condition without knowing that it's a normal natural process, that is the menopause that they are going through.
Okay, now let's look at food and diet, exercise. You just said that exercise can help, that there's this exercise of tightening the muscles and Kenge, all right, Kenge, the Kenge exercise. Now, what about food? Can diet help?
Yes, of course, it can help, like a balanced diet.
Okay.
Then there will not be need.
Balanced diet. Look at Nigeria of today before you mention that balanced diet.
No, but it's not as if it's so expensive. When you understand what it entails, you will know that it's a normal. Is our way of eating, just that we need to do one or two things. For example, we now need to incorporate vegetables and fruit to our diet. Vegetable and fruit,
very important.
Fibers is very, very important.
Okay.
And then we reduce spicy food.
Okay.
Because with that spicy food, it will increase these hot flashes of eating. It will make it to get worse. All those spicy food. So you remove all those spices from your food, then incorporate vegetables and fruit to your diet. Then when we talk of balanced diet, it's just that you have to incorporate all the 6 classes of food.
In it.
Yes, in it. Carbohydrate, protein, fats, your minerals, vitamins at the appropriate portion.
Okay. So at what point can the woman introduce supplements? Because when you go online, before you type 2 things, something will just pop up, a supplement for menopause. And how safe are these supplements?
Supplements, before you take supplements, you have to see the doctor and see if you actually need it. Although at this stage of life, there tends to be deficiency in calcium, vitamin D.
Okay.
Because you know, I said it's not only the menstruation aspect that these hormones are involved. They are also involved in bones.
Everything.
Bones. So around this menopause, post-menopause, you have osteoporosis. That's the bones will start thinning away and things like that. So, but you have to do, at least let them check your calcium, the serum calcium level, before you start.
because
before
you start taking the supplements, they will not be the one to see if there is need for you to take supplement or not. And if you take adequate vegetables and fruit, you will get these vitamins from your fruit.
You will not need all of those supplements.
You will not need the supplements. So if you can get your good vegetables and your fruits, it will give you the adequate vitamins that is required.
Okay, let us look at menopause and sex. I run a love program on radio, and there was a day somebody called to say that he wants a wife because his wife hit menopause. That means the wife is not sweet anymore. That is exactly how the man put it, that he wants another wife, and he was seeking advice. So, does menopause affect the sexual life of a woman?
Yes.
Yes, how?
Yes. There will not be reduced in sexual libido, that the sexual drive
for the woman,
even for the yes, for the woman, and even the men too, they also have their own issue, andropause. But unlike the women there's cessation of those hormones, but in men they have reduction. It's not totally out of the system.
It's just
but
a mere reduction.
Yes, it's
but reduced. The woman is total cessation.
It's total cessation. So they also have that low libido, low sexual drive, and then most time it's not really their fault, because these changes also affect their vagina. So it will not make the vagina to be dry. So by the time they are not having the sexual intercourse, there tends to be painful sexual intercourse.
Nothing to help the woman, nothing to help the man?
No, there's something to help the woman. So if there's issue like that, there are lubricants that can be applied that will prevent that friction and make the sex to be enjoyable.
So the woman should not retire, because we also hear that from age 50 and above, the woman becomes very active in sexual activities. How true is that, doctor? Not true, I've been a lie.
Most times they are not very active. In fact, they tend to withdraw, especially when they've completed their family circle as per the number of children that they want. They tend to withdraw from the sexual activity. Instead, they get withdrawn because they now feel that it's for reproduction aspects. So
and after that, they're already done. All right, doctor. As we are moving towards the end of the show now, talk to us. Generally, now, how can a woman cope as we round up our show?
Good.
The things a woman should do to make her live normal life.
Good. They should be aware that it's a natural process. That's the first thing. That's the fundamental information that they should know.
It's normal. It's not sickness. You're not sick.
It's not disease. So, and then the coping mechanism, maybe at night, make your room to be airy. Airy. Open the windows. Let there be cross ventilation. Then you can wet your towel a little and use it
to mop yourself.
This one then you start wearing layers of clothes. Maybe the one with jackets. Maybe if in the day, so if you are feeling it, you can easily remove the jacket. And then if you are feeling cold, you put on the jacket. Then you can use all those lubricants for the sexual aspect. Then for the urinary symptoms, you can go through this Kegel exercise to strengthen the muscle there.
All right, Dr. Faboya, you have spoke so much. You've talked to us on this issue of menopause. So, Madam, know you today, and Oga, you know, some men seem to, they kind of withdraw from their wives too when it gets to that period. You know, they feel that maybe the woman is sick or something. So, Oga, please, you need to sit and help your wife go through this stage of menopause. It is not a disease. It is not sickness. You can actually enjoy sex together if only you can stand by that woman. And there are some exercises you should do. Call me later if you people have my number, you know. Just talk to us on our social media platform, ask after me, and I will learn that exercise from doctor, and then I'll come and teach you, okay? So, doctor, thank you for finding time to be with us.
Thank you, ma.
And we'll see you guys again next week on the show, Healthy Living. Bye-bye.
Bye.
certainly the best. certainly the best.
من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين
آمين.
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Màkíkà bọ́rí ìpọ́nmẹ́ ewúro mẹ́nu sànú dásì. Ọba nọ́sọba nọ́ yàgbọ̀n yá fẹ́fẹ́fẹ́. Ọbí tó à. Ọba nọ̀kí àmì àgbàdì ẹ̀dìbò yẹn. Ọba nìmọ̀ níbi yáyí ga màrí náà yóò Lahore Osanudazi swimmer lo deno dia hayo deno bigo yeye ode oral Islam awonu swimmer la edede o deno bigo mawe so se ni uwe no Osanudazi wo pa orari oba we ore kete we Osalobo abi ro obi obi tegoyi ewohin ayo kparo no yin weji ma bi ama be bi we mani bi ya Islam ore ma botana ma lo poru yen no ma en ma gun akande na o e no kan e wa we ni majina mani bi ya Islam ma so agba we kede re ade ana we na igbede ogban o paro ogban e ma ya gbe so pákìlì máa yé rẹ̀ dẹ̀ náà ni àwọn ìmọ̀ kí wà nàná ìnọ̀rọ̀ ìpẹ́dìgbè ló kéèké wọ́ wà kẹ́ ẹ̀ náà ká ẹ̀ ní à ọ̀kẹ́ ìpẹ́dì ẹ̀ ọ̀ ìpẹ́dì yìí ni máa mú ìyàwó náà fò bẹ̀sọ̀ pán orí ẹ̀rẹ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ aláwọ̀dá nọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀ẹ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ ìyọ̀bọ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ ìpẹ́dìgbè ló kéèké wọ́ ẹ̀ máa gbọ́n àyà ewa pàtàkì ọ̀rẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ máa gun àyà ìwé náà ìdẹ̀nẹ́ náà ó ka ọwọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ọkọ̀ wà ọ̀rẹ́ Benin Central Mosque náà yẹ Deputy Chief Imam ọ̀nà Alhaji Osahon lórí ọ̀tọ̀kìtì assalamu alaikum wa rahmatulahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatulahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu.
lórí tó takẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀tímà ìwọ̀n wa pàtàkì nove owu game ve opa sakmuba le va se va yove no digoji ne exia Edo State Council for Islamic Affairs and owa no wa we je Osanudazi eme al-Islam we Edo no ba ye no oni Alhaji Ahmed no be wa yake assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Fún gbó sábà go ẹ̀rọ Alhaji.
Wẹ́ sí wàyà bóhẹ́ o. Wẹ́ kìí Nàìjíríà, wà wẹ́ gẹ́dẹ́gbẹ́. Osanudazi time àmà wẹ́ yá ayuha allazina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba alal ladzina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Ọ̀wẹ́ tí màyà ló yá yìí ni màá gbáwẹ̀ ọ̀ọ́sẹ̀ra wẹ̀ ọ̀nà sùkíáwẹ̀. Wé ni ẹ̀wé tà máa wé wà ní yá yìí yà ní káre. Ní agbáwẹ̀ máa mẹ́kẹ́ náà mẹ́ aláwọ̀dá ọ̀ máa mẹ́kẹ́ náà mẹ́ mẹ́wàá fà máa mẹ́kẹ́ náà kì í náà wọ́n ọtí máa deputy of Benin Central Mosque yóò lù náà náà ìpẹ́dígbé lókè kéwọ́ ìnọ̀rú wẹ́ onúra màmá.
Ètò abẹ́rẹ́ máa rí máa nọ̀rọ̀ wà ẹ̀yìn máa wẹ́ta sí láfíà gbọ́nsálọ́bà náà gún wáyárọ̀. ìnọ̀rí gbẹ́dì gbìnà kẹ́nà
kidana we ara seman Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam uki Ramadana ma yida wo aga ya ikpedigbe local
okay
ge na ya gwale awusa lo bwa no ya me itun anima
okay
ikpedigbe no giver ge ni ma ya osaloba ma ya sikosaba no ye oyi ma ya bima ma ya fefefe onwo ma yi
okay
ikpedigbe no ikeni ma wa te na ge ma ya osaloba we no ri maye ni maye wọn na la yin re so no kwa na kakaba wa lerun no we so no ba na gi ma la yin re na meti we ta no ipolo se pedigbe no ke na ye ya ti ege Lailatul Qadr ege na mi ọ̀wọ́n na leru aso paru pedigbe na wa na leru dedegbe o so no ba na gi o toro bana ge mi ojo pa ni we o meti mi ede no ni ona le won toro bana oyo wa no go salo bo we in liberty 83 years and 4 months so ono pa no ro ni e ba ni abitase
okay we see oteme Alhaji Raike domoso wa mi we oyun no kan ba ni we aso paru we oruwe ipedigbe ni okeke wo ana son ni ana Lailatul Qadr ason osalobo wakakabo ya seyi onu ran ason ni ba ya mi onu de na bogwa lo unda de na ni okay ai ipede ba ya nyaugie ni mai gba wese be onu ran una de dizin aboya ipede na aboya gwa lo
Alhamdulillah Allahumma salli wa sallim ala nabiyina Muhammad sallam awira me biye ni ro wa ofun gbosalobo abuwa ya fero era wa la Ismail uwesi wota nunu erima deputy imam owe you kakabo igwa kaene de na asona na waka na sono gite na ala na betima owe ebino wa ima al-Quran wa inna athallahu fi lailatul qadr wa ma adraka ma lailatul qadr lailatul qadr khairun min alfi shahr we eleletu kodo saba we edokparo asonpa wara ati eleletu kodori owe asona opolose
asono so yi
so we opolose enable to 1000 nights
okay
what asoni ederio wa ni le ka bo be tie ebeno wa imana be we
odi
enyare tamima seri owe asoni o salobo amu ebino wa imana na ti al-Quran o salobo amu egimo o salobo na bie agele ejejibiri ona wono do akase prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ebino wa imana na ti Quran asoni omu eri asoni be so amai no asoni we so Quran na ni matina enati ni asoni ati le kodo ni o salobo je otanuwe no ro we da so na ya no da we akaso e mata imawe ipedigbe no ke ni asoparo no le to kodo re we bo asoni o ma wa time asono wa kinwo olorun oke yare wo fure yo ni mani re no re kwere ni mo lawe asoni agwa lo re nebo te odd night we
okay
asono 20 ni ge asoni ro opa
ya
nyoge ni ugwalo wa soni haya nyoge ugwalo wa soni iso ya nyoge ugwalo wa soni eyo ya nyoge ugwalo wa soni eyo ya nyoge ugwalo wa soni asoni ayebo pa wa soni asona kine letu kodo na asoni we ga se ba mi asoni we na no salobo eni ni bualo salobo ara we ni kate noro gete noro were ma beta ba re deputy imam we pedigbe no ke na ya yin o salobo lo ki ma ya bi ma na mi ke ya me ni fun gbe owo ke aka se ma te Aisha radhiyallahu anha no oda fo prophet Muhammad we aka so ma we ye ga mi asona de ni kan de wa mi no salobo e ta me we ata leruna we Allahumma radhiyallahu
indaka afu
to ibu afwa ni we asrawo salubua wo lo yo ko ya bomo an nulawo yo ko we ya bowe ọwọ́ ìrìn ìwẹ̀ wà ní èrò ní ìyàwó àlè ní ìwúdó lọ́wọ́ ọmọtáwọ́ ní náwó ní ìyàwó ẹgbẹ́ lọ kí wọ́n yà sẹ́ ìsọ ọmọtáwọ́ ní wà lúwà náwó ní wà títí ní kálùdó ọwọ́ ní lọ́wọ́ wọ̀nsà ló bọ́ lọ yòókọ̀ ya bọ́ wọn ìlàwọ̀ owó yòókọ̀ rẹ̀ náà yà bọ̀ rẹ̀ bọ́gún táì náà lọ́wọ́ lè rí yòókọ̀ rẹ̀ yàbọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ọ̀sà ló bọ́ ara ìyẹ̀dẹ̀ yòókọ̀ rẹ̀ yà bọ̀ rẹ̀ nẹ̀ ó rẹ̀ kèrè nínú ẹ̀rọ bí fi eré rí afẹ́ ní ẹ̀bù alọ́wọ́ àpò náà ọ̀ọ́sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀ kèrè àrí ọgbà náà ló gbé agbálọ̀ rẹ̀ yìí gbàgbé pàyàmbọ̀ náà rẹ̀ èyí ayé sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀ ọ̀nàwẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀dẹ̀ ìnáwó ẹ̀mú ẹ̀gẹ́dẹ́gẹ́ náà mẹ́mú ẹ̀sìn náà mẹ́mú náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀sà ló bọ́ wọn lọ yòókọ̀ yàbọ̀ ọwọ́ làwòwò yòókọ̀ rẹ̀ yàbọ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀nàwẹ̀ náà lẹ̀ èrò nínú dáwé ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yẹn náà ẹ̀rẹ̀ yáyé òsàlóbọ̀ yóò kí máa yà bí máa ẹ̀yìn òun dáwé nọ́fọ́nà ẹ̀rọ òsàlóbàrà yóò kọ̀wé yàbọ̀wẹ́ òwẹ́wẹ́ kàgbọ́n náà kẹ̀yìn ìmọ̀ọ́dẹ ẹ̀fà ọwà sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀.
Okay, wọ́n ṣe wé tábọ̀ wá ní the deputy wọ́n á bí ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀tá ìbáni àwọn asán ni èrò náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà nà lónìí wà tá ìbá ọ̀ ìwẹ́ lẹ́rú ìyàbọ̀ lọ́sàlùbọ̀ ayé ẹ̀ nígbà ya fẹ́fẹ́fẹ́ màrí wulẹ̀ yìí ni màá wò làdíà lọ́sàlùbọ̀ ayé bímọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ti márí yóò máa náà rẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ó bí wà á gbọ́lá aláwọ̀dá òun náà gbọ́lá promotion bí nà aláwọ̀dá yìí kò náà wí ná òun nà kí ìwẹ́rà dóṣáyọ́ òun nà ìwẹ́rà aláwọ̀dá òun nà ìnù máa yára rí ọ̀ma mi rí máa wẹ́ náà rẹ̀ náà so pa nọ kẹ́kẹ́ nọ náà bí nìgbèrò bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀.
èmi náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà wọ́n dábí èmi náà máa yẹn máa lọ sálọ́bọ̀ èmi náà máa mẹ́mẹ́tì lọ sálọ́bọ̀ wọ́n á mẹ́rin náà ẹ̀rùn lọ bó wárí màá náà rí ìmọ̀lẹ́ níbi ní muslim èmi yá yé muslim wọ́n á yẹ máa yé náà mi ní àṣẹ wọ́n yá mi lọ́wọ́ yẹn náà ẹ̀ẹ́gẹ̀ náà yá rí lọ wọ́n á kú lọ wọ́n dábí sálọ́bọ̀ mi ọwọ́ wa mákàlá tó lè jí ni wà ní ìsà ìlà rẹ̀ àbùdó ọ̀rẹ́ ìmọ̀sẹ̀ náà jó máa di agbẹ́nu máa dùn bí yẹn máa dùn sálọ́bọ̀ yẹn máa náà mi ìrìn sálọ́bọ̀ wí ni máa wù máa bù wa máa gbà lédò máa wù yà ọ́ ní sẹ́kọ́ndì nà ìrìn sálọ́bọ̀ jó máa di agbẹ́nu ọ̀gá rẹ̀ máa náà nẹ̀tí ìgbò sálọ́bọ̀ rẹ̀ ní kíárì ọ̀wà rẹ̀ ẹ̀ ṣe wà ní ẹgbẹ́ náà ìyá so ìyá rí gbìyà yàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìyá rí wú gàmẹ̀ owó mọ́s ìyá sí agbóra ayé owó gàmẹ̀ yà wà yé ìyá sí ìdòsàlóbẹ̀ yes ọ̀nà àti ètí káf kúrẹ́ jù náà ìyá rí gbìyà yàgbọ́ rẹ̀
ọdún mi rí ìmáàní àgbẹ̀ ẹgbẹ̀ náà
yà tí ìsọ̀lọ́bà búdá ní àsọ́nà àti ìrìn alátẹ̀dẹ̀ kádì àmájẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ẹ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ alájítà ẹ̀bá wà á pè wà òwe rẹ̀ lọ́yà lọ́nà àwọn ẹkù ìmọ̀ wa ní fíìm wà ní asẹ́ yẹ́ bá rẹ̀ bí ẹyẹ ìṣọ́mọ̀ ẹgbẹ̀ náà ìwé pẹ́ẹ́dì gbẹ̀nọ́kẹ́ náà ní wà mú ẹgbẹ́ ìtọ̀ èyí yà ní gbà lọ ń lọ sàlọ́bùa ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́rin náà mẹ́tí akásẹ̀bẹ̀ wọn náà mẹ́tí ní asán náà èyí kéwì náà lọ sàlọ́bùa ó sàlọ́bùa sàṣẹyọ bẹ̀tẹ̀jẹ́ wọn ní màmá ẹ̀ ọ̀nà èyí amúlẹ̀ ní ma akásẹ̀ àti tàbí máa ọlájà owó gánà ọ̀nà ní ẹ̀dẹ̀ tàbí máa aláàbí ní abẹ́ ní àti sàábà abẹ́ fọ́lé ẹ̀ yẹn náà mú ọmọ àmì yẹn náà gúí kẹ̀dẹ̀nà sẹ́tọ̀ yà bẹ́ àwọ̀ ìgbìdá ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ọ̀sọ̀rọ̀bà láàrin yẹn yẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀nà àmìyà ọ̀rẹ́rẹ̀ mú jẹ́ ní mọ̀nà ìṣúwé màmú ọ̀sọ̀rọ̀bà rí ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ ní yíwẹ́ bí márùn mẹ́sí máa sọ́fà tẹ́ẹ̀rì ọmọ ẹ̀tẹ́ náà náà gbọ́sà ló bọ́ ọmọ bí ajẹ́ ní ọparí àgásẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ náà ní asọ náà èyí àwọn ìwòsàn ló bá yòó ẹbọ ẹ obìnrin ẹwà àzíbá ní àmúdí ẹjẹrẹ ní bẹ́ẹ̀ náà màmá ẹjẹrẹ ni so máa make a sacrifice níbo tiẹ̀ so ní everything máa ń nọ ọmọ mi ni wo ẹyẹ tó lẹ́tà bá ẹjẹ náà pẹ́ẹ́dì gbìnà kẹ́nà ní màá yàtọ̀ sọ ìgbà lórí máa yẹ ẹ̀yìn wọ́n fún gbè lórí máa yẹ ẹ̀yìn rẹ̀ rí ọmọ mi sọ ló bá rí ni ìbẹ́rù ni ẹ̀yìn rẹ̀ rí agbọ̀n náà máa nẹ̀ Raja Ahmed ẹgbẹ́ náà nàìjíríà náà ẹ̀ka wẹ̀nu àríwáyé àìwọ́mẹ́ àìwọ́ àyẹ̀bù àwọn àárọ̀ wíwọ̀ olóyè ẹ̀ka ẹ̀ẹ́nẹ̀rù àwọn àwẹ̀ká kàbọ̀bí náà ní èmẹ́sì náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà ń lọ́sàlóbù amẹ́kẹ́ náà rí àṣẹ ìrùnìmọ̀ná màmẹ́kẹ́ náà aláwọ̀dáwọ̀
mami kenari e Ramadan ma yena aga wena
o se Ramadan Ismail emi bu no saloba wo ni magawo begena ewe awasi anyo asi ra apa o nu awe opa re kenawo le na mo awe na si ra esi anyo na oni mana oreke ma ya ninyesi
okay
awi mana ayi won kra ya ninyo gbegbe o mana ki ma ya esi we do mo ofie he ri ya ka wa tata to ge na ya adoni awe mana oreke are ya ge mi esi nu we beye okun no ma je wu no banu o ya ge okun na mu se a me ga we na awe na o bi amu awe o we na o bi amu awe we ya kian lai ekene ma odo ya kian la owe le ma ti oke adi egboni o bo we ya mu mi no ma kenu ya mu egbo ya fe o ga mu awe kete no yo we unuwe na we ya ri po ejo salobo subhanallah alhamdulillah la ilaha illallah allah akbar o ya ti ni bu unuwe no we ya ti be no wa ri mana ti alquran o ya ti irunda we me kena ya mi salobo we ka ba ni ko we no te gbegbe no kuta o me kena ga ku we ni mi no ma me kena ga la we o gete no ro o ekewe emi no salobo ajinwe yeye o ra ni da ise we ra mi won we osuse o iyobologba lo magbeda we nugu mewa tan na nínú mu yo won te mu nugu mu yo won we ri bere we emi no ro de na o so ma we o switaya umwe yodere we e ma gbina no ti ya se gbo opadogun wo udo awon suno yo tebe o so fun yo emi wo o giteru dawe we irawu yobo ni ni manu salobo ajinu o salobo we yobo ni na mi do nu dawe ki am salobo anu we do yobo ne o sa e ma salobo aji we ga iwu yobo ni ni o salobo we iwu yobo na rege ni o salobo abido kira do ye ofun egbe o ire nu so wuwe pe digbe na wa ke na o ike akabo si ko salobo emi ya na ye lewe a ti ya si ko salobo ale yeye kiri no ire we fi salobo aji anu wa wo pare nya efe ni ege be dawe gbe ewu ye bola lo we mi wo ma su so iwo lo te gwa lo te polo gwe me no bu ewe po obu gwe bi avian ya de ma ari oba wa ye na ri de ma ri ya de ma we me uda we le me ke na wo ye bono 20 o ri ada efi ni so agba we no ubiri la da uda we emi no ya we emi ma do ma eje na ri na bi no bi ni dawe ni we na se bari ye la de ya we zo o sa lo bo de gbe ri e nu we gbe no bu so e na ye na e na wa ka bo ya ti bi ma no wa na ka bo ya ri po me no sa lo bo we se alhamdulillah ma ya ri ro me ne ma ya ti subhanallah e na ya ino ki ati ka no ro we ipase wa gbona we ko gwale ko pa ni we ofureye we ko ke ba go salobo we egun anu we si ko salobo nda we salobo time ma se we ga akia buye de yen rulebu we ga de we ga akia buye de yen rulebu we ga de so we know we ya no gbe we ya si ko salobo ya ka boss ko we o de we emi anu we no salobo ya ga jige ai ma gbona no we te mu titidi we e ma gbona e udele ma gbona oye boka e na gbelegbo a iba
okan deputy man o no ri ete emi si ma o mama e o ni meje were we ugbo ege na atiri ari eid we ma ga we zo ni o na ya we yobo ni ma lo bo ma so de ba lo we dogbo we na ye zakat fitri aya wo yo bo ne ma ni lega wa nda wo na anyi ese da ma ni lega ma e ni bi awe me so yo nu
ati wo si wa mi o kiri mana mi gbe mana o ki na ya me tun ana wa na gbon lo o se wa mi ege na una ri community na me muslim wa ye wa file wa mi ewi ya ebi aso bo emi logo gbe nígbà we ba ta le la sabiru antu waju wa ko kibla al mashriqi wal maghrib walakin bira man amana billahi wal yawmil akhir obe na wa mu boto ya go salobo ata fo ku yo salobo ya ga sai o wa we mi ni ri enu e ya te ta ba wa mi go no ri enu e di wa lu e lawo ma da wa nere o wa nere abi o wa ọmọ nere da nere ji abi bigo wa ge na wa se mo se bo ni e ya so ba le bare e ro jari ba ama no lere e ya jari ba mo te o wa no lere ni ke we lo ma le bare emi ọpa wa kan bo salo ba de no se ko salo ba se ke no me no ma lo ke no lo da salo ba ya different wa we de mena we de e ma lo na ma mu awe na so to ese ro ni ma wo ni àti zakatul fitri
zo
o wa na ma si zo ni oye o wa na wa gba we o na wa hagi odun o wa hagi sibi zakatul fitri ni o to le ba we una le o una le uze lawo wa nere awa nere ya muna ikenu ye enu ye udo me zakatu wala jabe iranu aya zakatu na yi e so ati so measurement e aba me ku mo wa na me bi maredo wa mo ne ya ri nu aya we mo ji awe family we Kogi o Sokoto mo ya na wa no de gbogbo ye because ba ni na he no suse e mo de gere uwe e na ya so da ase ya we ni na mi awon wa na we ne e na ya ma na fo ya ya gogo bi ba ne o ba na de ba wa na bi ya bi jire so da ku ya ria
we see your deputy is it on survey where the central mosque wa bi ga ba nya o re guta e ba na ya ki unu ni we guta e o wa bi we e wa ya mi jobo e ga break wa bi ga ika wa ga eko waga abakaza ga ni ya waya mi yobo na he
ewe ni mayina
o yobo wi go na re na
ewe ni mayina ni ma de bi awon wa na mi bi ya ri la ya wo salobo ya yo salobo ya ti ya mu e iye bo ni ma me na muslim o bare ni ma
okay
e christian ya be ya no bo gba me no pa ya ri ni ma o be ba na lodun ya dari bread ni ma 1000 bread o ya bi ni ma 1000
atedo we
that dey we I calculate bread na 1.6 million
awo are wa
o ha bi egi ma bi 50
we ge bi ogima
we re wa me ya ri na o wa na we ona o di ma wa we any gboro salo ba mu we yi wa me ti ya ri no wa wu ye bo because usero
okakabo
wa se mo se ma na we ni mari na ya ri 240
me wa ru me
ya ri 240 so me ogi waso ari bis Africa ari rebedi o wa no de ko ma ri re lori kinana go salo ba ai kiune o se ari ra ndo pudu go ari wa
but David what was suwe ma video na video ba na ni egbe he we be ba ni ai wo wa o de awe gbe
o gogo ni ma re eye ni ya re ni mami awon we yes iya gogo pa o gogo ni ya pa ni mama ru ni ana awon no re ori epe rere ya ipa awon olodo agi epe de eye na ya ri la jana so
okay otima yo lori bude ni ma abe ti ma ni ro wa ni risi abe muslimi we no we na no keke ni ma anwe na bege na ya se kate izo kate we na ya wi obo ni obo ma so e o ma abe gbe we ami won obo ma so e won de we na ya we obo na ya wi obo ni won obo ma so
o resi wa ge gbabo na okpa esoro no tanse no pa salo ba me no buje ni yamana ga okpa no ile ba ni bule no ile ona okeere mawe manano salo ba je obo ma ile we imano salo ba ma je obo ma ri awe si niyan oyo ye we ri oye mawe emi ya saba mema we ibima no wa ni malao ni magamu ese na wa ati ebu nu akwaru no paketa na ri awe
we si your time we ma we type on na ma o ni ma si o code ma it is o code ma o ni ma ri bude then we na we ti mata isi wa e muslim we na ati al Quran ibe no wa lo salo ba mu na kase wa we bi esi ka o ge abewe no ma ayi no age photo nema no ri agwewe wa afi boya menururu ato oge esote okeke ma nu boy we mana waru wa we na imago salo bo ago ale ya so boy bi ka bo we ma sayo ori ase ye awe magbe so le wa se wa ma mo wa ya ma be le wa vererun nerima okwame Gio Benedion CFRO warrior dana ne man my agwan ma sawa no law ori de no time iwe ya fe sawa no gweri ya kenoro wa kenori si sawa no gweri ya ne ya man e de no de gwale sage sawa no gwe lata de sawa no uyo ponu no ya uyo bonne ibi agmo sawa no uyo bonne ma we le ba e ma vererun ne gwa mo no ba wa alo ba no la asan wa van amo no ba ya dole doji ni ma ya nego yo ya dole yi sawa no la ege gbe wo we ya be ka mo ba ya yi sawa ne ge gbe wo wa o iwe do ya fe ni le ru ye do sawa no ye do hin we bo ni ma na mewe ewa nupo ge wo giriga sawa no ge ma ni ma ya o abi bo ya akodore to ta ye do edo no ma ni ma ya subhana rabbika rabbil izzati lama yasifun والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين صلى الله عليه وسلم.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ẹ̀gbọ́njúwà ọba àtọ́kùn ẹ̀yìn.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyihohai. Today on Heritage, we're all taking a ride down to Zambia to go see what they have for us on Heritage. Now, Zambia has a population of over 15 million people. So come along with me as we see Zambia traditional dances. These are Zimbabwe traditional dancers, a beautiful people in a continent of Africa. Its capital city is Harare, and their main languages are Shona, spoken by over 79% of the population, and Ndebele, spoken by roughly 20%. English is the country lingua franca, used in government and business. In Zimbabwe, cultural heritage is a rich tapestry spanning millennia, featuring iconic dry stone architecture, ancient Sam rock art, and vibrant traditions from the Ndebele and others. Zimbabwe traditional dance is a vibrant, rhythmic, and deeply cultural art form, featuring styles like Jerusalema, Musungovo, and Mbende. These dances, often characterized by energetic movements and joyous celebration, are used for ceremonies, festivals, and social gatherings, playing a vital role in preserving the nation and cultural heritage. These dances, known for its sensual and neurobatic moves, accompanied and hand clapping, making it likely celebrations, and the community enjoy the dance pattern. The dance representing a deep connection to spiritual ancestors. The dance is highly energetic, used to celebrate special events and occasion, is rooted in Zimbabwe community. These dances are performed during weddings, welcoming visitors, rituals, and national events to foster a sense of celebration.
Wedding ceremonies and
sure it certainly has been an exciting time today on Heritage, taking a trip down to Zambia to go look at Zambia traditional dances. So we'll be seen again next week for another exciting time. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, ọba
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Well, doesn't it just feel amazing to know that it's that special time of the week once again, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, of course, it's another beautiful Monday evening, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on yet another amazing episode of the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, I know there are people who are just joining us for the first time. Well, for the record, the Guys Hangout Show is a unique show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where it seems like, people hardly pay attention to the needs of men. I always say that men are on their own. In fact, the moment you give birth to the male child, life is already leading him by 1-0. Well, I know that's on a lighter note, but hey, that's actually underscores the harsh reality that men are born into. Well, the Guys Hangout Show teaches men to, prioritize themselves and, of course, invest in themselves just so they'll be able to give out to the world around them. You can't give what you don't have, right? So it's important that you invest in yourself just so you'll be able to, give out to everyone that is depending on you in one way or the other. You know, what you have is what you give. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we have a very interesting conversation, something that has been, you know, making the rounds on social media lately. It's something that has to do with rape allegations. First off, let's put certain things in proper perspective. Rape is a very, very serious issue. It's not something to play with, okay? Now, there have been several cases of, you know, women coming out to complain, or should I say, allege that they've been raped. And of course, every time such happens, society, there's usually an outrage. And of course, society calls for, you know, justice for such women. But what also happens when there is a false allegation of rape? Because it's really no news that some women, should I say, mischievous women are beginning to weaponize rape. Some women could just wake up one morning and say, you know, somebody raped them. And if proper investigation is not carried out, there is a tendency to believe that it's true. Okay, but that's basically what we're discussing tonight. What happens in the case of a false rape allegation? Well, I'm not alone on the show tonight. I've got my homie in the building, and of course together we're going to be doing justice to this very, very interesting conversation. Well, he's really not someone new. He goes by the name of Emmanuel Walters.
Good evening. I'm really excited being here today.
Yeah, of course.
The topic is just making me jiggling.
It's giving you some sort of
vibes,
ginger.
Yeah.
All right. So it's actually a very interesting. Yeah, it's indeed a pleasure to have you. It's a very interesting conversation, right? Yes, like I said in opening, rape is a serious issue. It's not something to joke with, right?
Yeah.
We've seen cases where, you know, women have come out to cry out that they were raped or at least sexually assaulted.
Something like that.
And whenever such happens, we know that society doesn't joke. Society doesn't joke with cases.
Most especially social media.
Right. We hear of you know, calls for justice and the rest of them.
Yeah.
The Ochanya case was a case in point.
Yeah.
You know, but we've also seen that because of the outrage that usually follows, you know, allegations of rape, some very mischievous women have also taken it upon themselves to weaponize it. Weaponize it in the sense that some of them just cook up stories of alleged rape.
Yeah.
Okay. They allege that they were raped by a certain guy, and then before you know what's going on, the guy is already doing time, like doing, you know,
serving his jail sentence already.
Right.
Yeah.
But after a while, maybe after much investigation,
I end up discovering that the guy was actually innocent. Yeah.
So we have a series of questions to ask in this regard. First of all, what's your take on that? Like, how does it make you feel as a man, knowing that there are men who are falsely accused of rape, and not just falsely accused, but are subjected to, you know, punishment and serious, should I say, societal stigmatization?
Yeah. First off, I feel very bad because I'm going to feel very bad because I'm a man myself. You understand? And being a man myself, I feel the pains of other men. You understand? So I imagine if I was in the position, if I was in their shoes, how will I feel? How will it be for me? You understand? So I feel the pains of those men actually. But first of all, before a woman will wake up and cook up a story, there should be something. You get? There should be a reason for that.
Okay.
Because you cannot, for everything you do in life, there's a reason for everything.
There's no smoke without fire.
There's no smoke without fire. It's the psychology of life.
Okay.
You get? Now, there are three major things that I've seen that causes this, that pushes these motives. I call them the 3 C's. You get? First off, clouds. The lady is just chasing clouds.
Attention.
The fame, social media engagements, likes, and you understand.
Yeah.
Second of all, conflicts, personal vendettas. You get? Between she and the accused. Something like, if I can't have you, no one way.
Okay.
You get? Then the third one, cover-ups. Maybe a lady that is married to a strict partner. You understand? She slept late, or she didn't come home early. Now, why you not home early? Then you just give one kind of excuse, and the next thing you are already accusing somebody. You get?
Okay.
For coming home late.
In other words, it's a gaslighting weapon.
Gaslighting weapon. Thank you. These are the 3 C's that pushes
Wow, that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of a biblical story. Talking about Joseph and
the Potiphar's wife. Yes.
That's kind of similar to it.
Yes, that's kind of similar. That was actually not even similar. It's actually the case,
exact case
because it's a forced rape allegation. Because Joseph refused to sleep with Potiphar's wife, she now had to accuse him of rape.
Falsely.
And you understand? We all know the story.
All right, so let's begin. Okay, what factors do you think? Because you've actually made mention of the three C's, right? Now, beyond, can you elaborate more on these factors? You know, the factors that lead to false rape allegations.
Okay, like if you check what has been happening on social media, the false rape allegation, the girl from this on Twitter,
yes,
actually,
the
Mirabel girl. That one was actually clouds. She was just craving attention.
But at first it looked so credible,
real.
so believable.
Yes, that's why people jumped in. Because now, rape is a case that once you put it on the internet, everybody jumps in. Like you said, it's a very, very disgusting act.
Yes.
You get, it's a very, very disgusting act. So now when you put someone out there and say he's a rapist, everybody's against him. You get, everybody's against him. So she was just chasing clout. I think she just thought of, how am I going to get fame now? How am I going to be out there now? Then she just decided to go with rape. And it actually worked for her. It worked for her at first, you understand? At least people reached out to her, VDM,
yes.
and
I think they even crowdfunded for her.
You understand?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day now, it has spoiled her reputation. You understand? It's spoiled her reputation. But let's not talk about our own case now. Let's talk about the accused. The person she accused that raped her. It also spoiled that guy's reputation.
But did she actually accuse anyone? Because I think that was the argument a lot of persons were pushing at the time. That she didn't specifically, accuse anybody.
Someone. I really didn't follow up on the case actually. But I think I heard some rumors of someone being accused.
At some point when she was being interrogated, I think she was trying to paint a picture of a certain guy, a tall, dark guy. But I guess it was somewhere in the middle of that the truth came out, that it was all a cooked up story. But some persons are beginning to say that if the truth was not uncovered early enough, she probably could have pinned it on someone.
Yes, and that was what she was already doing during the interrogation. Yes, she was already pinning it on someone. Maybe she did not think about her story well enough.
Okay.
You understand? There are some people that I would say they don't know how to lie. They use lie to cover up lies, and during the process, they keep exposing their lies.
Their lies.
You
okay, so
understand?
the more lies you tell, the more you expose your previous
lies you get. So that was what really happened in our own case. But for instance, now that she actually pinned it on that guy, you get, and now the guy is serving jail sentence, or the guy was already in court. Do you know? Funny enough, do you know? This false rape allegation, they are rare. They are not common.
Really?
Yes, because according to statistics, out of 100 people, 90, out of 100 cases, 90 are actually true. You get 10 are false. But do you know why the minority, I'll say, let me just put it in a phrase, the loud minority, you get, the reason why that 10 is what you keep on hearing, you might not even hear about the 90, is because, like I said, rape is a very disgusting act. It goes viral.
Okay.
You understand? It's what social media feeds on. That's what the fuels on. You understand? So once they can see, most times out of the 90, some of them, they might not even speak out.
Okay.
They might not speak out
for fear of stigmatization.
Stigmatization, and maybe if the case is not judged properly, what is going to happen to them? You understand? So they'll just chill. They'll just stay locked in. Sometimes court where we slow the case down, keep on adjourning. To avoid all those expenses and all those pains, they'll just stay locked in.
Okay.
You understand? So that's why we keep on hearing about the false rape allegation. But according to the statistics, they are very rare.
Okay.
You get, that's just it. So now, let's go back to the accused. That's been accused. You accuse someone now of rape. you are terminating his image. There's a probability that he's going to lose his job for that, just for one line, one word that you said against him, just one lie that you tell against him. He might lose his job,
lose his reputation,
his
mental health.
Imagine he's looking for another job now, and the boss of the company decided to search his name up on Google. The first thing that's going to come out is
the tag.
The tag, a rapist. You said it. The case has been judged. You discover that the guy is actually innocent, but according to social media will always still tag him as a rapist.
All right, that's a very disturbing one, if you ask me. But I would like us to take a look at how society, reacts to cases of rape. Okay, now we saw what happened during the Mirabel case.
Yeah.
How some celebrities took it up. Of course, one particular person that was caught up in the fire was Simi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Simi, the singer. Of course, we all know how passionate Simi has always been, with regards to, rape and assault cases. Of course, she's very, vocal about defense of the female child. I mean, of the girl child, right? But at a certain point, when it was discovered that Mirabel was lying, I think somebody asked her what she had to say about that, and then she asked the person to shut the F up.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
So why do people become so, should I say, inhuman? Or should I say biased in this case now? Because, okay, we understand that you are trying to protect the female child.
Okay.
As a girl child that you are yourself.
Yeah.
Well, it was later discovered that the girl child herself was lying. So why did she stand her ground and refuse to, put into consideration the reputation of the person that was lied against, or the potential victim of a false rape allegation?
Okay. In a situation like this now, it's not only Simi that is affected. Let's say in this case now, Simi is affected. In other cases, most times it might not be only Simi. We can hear of NGOs that are also affected, that come out at first to support the girl, and after discovering that the girl was lying, they'll just, you understand, they'll just chill out, don't say anything else. This thing, first of all, they just jump into conclusion. There's no evidence.
That's $1 million question. Why are people always so quick to jump into conclusion?
Yeah. That's I would say that's the human mentality. It's a human mentality. You understand? They have this, according to biology, I think is a immune. I've forgotten what they call it in science, that makes people act before they think. You understand? It's something that comes with all humans. You see cases that somebody will say fire, 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 fire. Before you check if it's true, you're already out of the window already. You understand? It's a immune that comes with the human body. You act before you think. That's what is actually happening to these people. You get? There's no evidence. You're already acting already. You're already judging. Or you're trying to protect the girl child. You are trying to, yes, you are doing the right thing. You are trying to protect the girl child. Okay, now
that the truth is out.
That the truth is out. Why can't you just apologize? You understand? Apologize to the public and let the public know that your motive was actually to protect the girl child. Accept your blame.
I'm glad you made mention of motive, because at some point people were beginning to question her motive, right? On the surface it looks like she's defending the girl child.
Yeah.
But if you take a deeper look, it actually gives us the impression that she's probably just being a misandrist.
Yes,
she's against men.
She's against men.
Because if the truth is out and you've been told that the girl lied after all, what were you supposed to do? Tender an apology.
It's simple. She made a very wrong move by replying that guy like that, by replying a fan. And funny enough, the girl would definitely be a fan. Everybody loves Simi.
Of course.
Yeah, everybody takes her in high regard, in high esteem.
If not for any other reason, for her music.
Yes. But now what she did now, she has just pulled down her own reputation. She lost followers. You get, for just 1 4-letter words. I think it's just a 4-letter words, STFU. You get, she has lost her reputation. I don't know why she feel like that is going to protect her. but it was a very, very wrong move from someone like Simi.
Okay, let's examine the impact of false rape allegations on the victims. In what ways, in what practical ways do you think it actually affects, people who have been accused, wrongly accused of rape? How do you think it affects them?
First of all, their mental health. It affects their mental health because your phone now, take a look at this now, the media houses, let me use the newspapers for example. There's a case, a rape case. You check their headlines, on their front cover is written in bold letters. You get, on their front covers, written in bold letters. Now, when the truth is out, you will see that news in page 10, written in small letters, no longer
in capitals.
In capitals. You get. Now, let's come to social media.
In other words, the damage has been done.
The damage has been done and can't be undone.
Okay.
Let's come to social media now. Your phone, your laptop, your computer is something that you take everywhere with you. It goes to your bedroom, you're in Canada, you're in any country, is with you. You get, imagine opening your phone now and let me say you're on X, you just open your X app, your Twitter app, and first thing you start seeing your face, your name, your pictures everywhere as the accused. Your mental health is affecting your mental health. It affects your sociality with others. Now you want to be alone. It leads to depression. In most cases, it leads to suicide. Because you can't stand the ground. Going somewhere now, everywhere, like that guy.
So there's a stigma.
There's a stigma that moves along with it. Like I said now, no company
would want to associate with
someone like that, that has that stigma, that tag to his name. Family self, some family self, they might not want to be with you anymore.
Because you've brought
shame to the family.
Okay.
You understand? There's a lot of insults that go with it. Even if finally that you are being cleared, your name is cleared.
Yeah.
The words are already there already. They have been said already.
All right. Just a quick one. What should the legal system do? Because I think the legal system is not balanced enough.
It's not balanced enough.
The same, there's this vigor with which the law goes after the accused.
Okay.
Right? Especially when a lady cries out and cries out about being raped or being assaulted. The law doesn't take it lightly. But it seems like when it is discovered that such allegations were false, the energy isn't the same. So why is it so?
I just feel it's the system of the country, because according to the constitution, it's actually in the law. You understand that a rapist should be judged accordingly. You understand? Then someone that falsely accused another person should also be judged. There's a fine for it.
Do you think a fine is enough? Because some persons have been advocating lately, especially with with recent developments, that the same penalty that goes to rapists should also go to false salamists.
Yeah, that's why most people are getting it wrong. I won't say I'm not in support of that.
Okay.
I'm totally in support of that. You understand? But take a look at it this way now. You say, let's say, death sentence, immediate death sentence to a rapist. That's the law. That's what the law says. Immediate death sentence to a rapist, and immediate death sentence to someone that lied.
Okay.
You get? Now, take a look at those people that were actually raped, but they don't have enough evidence to prove that they have been raped. What are you going to say about that?
Well, that is the more reason, people should gather enough evidence before making such a grave allegation, don't you think?
Yes, gather enough evidence. But what if you don't have enough evidence to gather now? Should the person just keep quiet? Because I don't have enough evidence to prove that I was actually raped.
Well, in all honesty, before you get to, I think there are layers to this thing, there are levels to this thing. You could speak to someone. For example, there are, family members, friends that you could speak to. But before you take it to a court of competent jurisdiction, then you must have your evidence. You see, the court of law is a different ballgame entirely.
Yes.
You understand? So what I'm asking is it proper that people who come out to lie against others, over rape allegations are let off the hook, while the rapists themselves are prosecuted?
I won't agree they should be let off the hook. They should be punished.
Okay, but you're saying that the sentence or the punishment should be lesser?
Yes, it should be lesser. It should be considerable, so that not to keep the real victims
not to discourage
quiet.
Okay.
You understand? Not to keep the real victims quiet. You understand? But at least, now the victim now, like according to the VAPP Acts, I've actually forgotten the full name for that acronym, is actually the Constitution. The fine to a falsely accused someone that lied is actually, I think, 6 months in jail, just for lying that someone raped you. 6 months in jail, or you pay a sum of 300, 500,000. You get that should be fair enough.
Do you think so?
Yes, it should be fair enough, because now you that don't have any money, you are coming out to lie, or you are thinking of it now that you are going to serve a 6J term.
Okay.
You think twice before you come out to lie. Because you are coming out to lie now, definitely you have no little evidence, or even if you have enough evidence, proper interrogation will prove that you are definitely lying.
Okay.
You get? So now the laws should be taken accordingly. Like our system now, like I said this earlier, the system is actually corrupt.
Okay.
The person can just bring something, 1 or 2 things, then the case will just die down there. So it's very wrong. I think the law there, the 6 months jail term, is actually okay.
It's fair enough.
It's fair enough.
Okay.
But they should be effective.
It
should not just be in writing.
It shouldn't just be on paper.
It shouldn't just be on paper. It should be effective.
All right, as we begin to wrap up now, what's your parting word? What's your word of advice, to young men out there who have been, of course, it's a very broad subject, because there's also a category of guys who were molested, sexually molested as children, right?
Yeah.
But that's a different ballgame entirely. It's a different conversation entirely. But what's your advice for young men who have been falsely accused of rape at one point in time or the other, as we begin to wrap up?
My advice for them out there is that they shouldn't just take things to heart like that. The deed has been done already. I know in most cases, most guys will want to commit suicide or even take revenge on the girl. You understand? They should just take, at least they should I say they should accept their fate, because it has already been done. Let me not say they should accept their fate. You get?
I don't think they should accept their fate. They should speak up.
They should speak
up.
The
same way rape victims should speak up.
Definitely they are going to speak up. You understand? Yeah. Definitely they are going to speak up. But the law is the law that should take the drastic move.
Okay.
The law, because now those people now, they don't have anything to do. If you tell them that they should not take revenge, they'll just sit there. The blame has already been on them. It's the law that should take the drastic move.
Okay, so your advice actually goes to the law.
The law, yes, the government. Anybody that is stigmatizing them should be punished. The person that accused them should be punished.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Emmanuel Walter, for your amazing contribution. I actually do wish we had more time, but of course, time is never our friend on this program. But a very big thank you, for taking out time to be with me on the Guys Hangout show tonight. You've heard from the horse's mouth. The legal system ought to be strengthened. That's the only way, all of this will come to an end. Rape is just as bad as false rape allegations, so neither of them is better than the other. Okay, please. You don't have to rape anyone. You don't have to rape anyone. Sex or intimacy should be based on consent. If she says no, let it be no. Walk away. Okay? And then do not use rape or rape allegation as a weapon to get back at someone. If you don't like someone, or if somebody offended you in any way, look for ways to settle scores with that person rather than using rape as, a weapon, because there are serious consequences. Well, it's been an amazing show tonight, and I want to say a very big thank you to each and every single one of you out there. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and good night.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
People, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of your favorite show on television. I'm talking Flipside on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a show that beams its searchlight on some very core issues in the society, especially some of those issues that are barely, given attention to. So on this show, we try to take such issues and, examine them inside out. It airs every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're discussing something that, has become quite a recurring decimal in recent time, especially if you are very active on the social media space. A lot of persons have been talking about feminism and, of course, misandry. Now, today we're going to be examining the major differences or maybe relationships between these two concepts. Okay, are they the same or are they different? And if they're different, what exactly are the core differences? Well, I'm not alone to do this. I've got two amazing women, two super women in the house with me, and together we're going to be doing justice to the discourse. To my far left is a familiar face. She is a marriage counselor and, of course, a teens coach, and she happens to be someone that's really, passionate about equality, basically. Anyway, she really doesn't need much introduction. She goes by the name of Abigail Iwobahi. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for having me. All
right, and of course, seated next to her is a new face, someone who's actually new to the show, but she's not new to the discourse because it's her field. She happens to be a gender advocate, and I think it's also safe to call her a feminist, but she goes by the name of Precious Okoronkwo. Precious Oge.
Yes, good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon, Precious. How does it feel to be here?
It feels nice. This is my first time on air.
Okay.
So it's nice.
And trust me, it's not going to be your last time on air. Okay. All right, so let's get talking. Feminism, misandry. Let's clarify the concepts, okay? First off, are they the same? Let me begin with you, Precious.
Okay. Feminism basically means gender equality for both the male and the female, we are advocating for the women and the male to have the same rights. So then misandry, according to what people tell me sometimes.
According to what people tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
What people tell me, they say it's hatred for men. You understand? But there's a thin line between feminism and misandry. But we'll go into that later. But feminism basically means advocating for gender equality for both men and women.
Advocating for gender equality for both men and women. Now, do you think that's realistic?
It's realistic.
Do you think men and women were created equal?
Yes, we were created equal. Just that our physical appearances are not the same, but we were created equal.
Abigail, what's your perspective to that?
Okay, feminism and misandry. Now, when we look at feminism as a movement or an ideology, it's all about fairness. It's simply about ensuring that women and girls are not treated differently or denied opportunities simply because of their gender. So to me personally, I feel that feminism is about giving me what I deserve, not putting me down as a woman. If, for example, I deserve a position, a job, or an opportunity, don't bypass me and give it to my male counterpart because a man is supposed to be above me. So if I merit something, don't give it to me. Make sure that I get my rights and my privileges. So feminism is it's all about fairness. It is about dismantling negative beliefs or limiting societal standards that kind of discriminate against women or put women in a disadvantaged position in the society. Now, coming down to misandry. Misandry has to do with hatred or prejudice. It is about negative attitude, dislike, or hostility towards men. If you call someone a misandrist, it means that such a person kind of shows this hatred or prejudice towards men.
Okay.
But feminism, on the other hand, does not seek to bring men down. It seeks to uplift everyone and treat them as human.
Everyone, or just women?
Not just women. It supports gender equality. When you talk about gender, the dictionary does not define gender as women. Okay. When you say gender, gender is talking about
because
men
I'm actually trying to
women.
Take Oge, Precious Oge,
Yes.
by her definition.
Yes.
She said that feminism is the fight for equality between men and women, and the fight for the rights of women.
Yes.
So it's basically for women.
Yes, but in the long run, feminism still supports the rights of men. It does not overlook or feminism is not a competition. It does not mean that men should diminish for women to be in charge. It doesn't mean women are trying to take over the world. Women are just saying, because we are coming from a deeply patriarchal society. There was a time whereby women were not allowed to work. Women were supposed to be seen and not just imagine if we are still living in such a society, beautiful talents, people who are talented, who have a lot to contribute to the society, to go at waste. Okay. So there's a lot that feminists have been doing from time immemorial. So, and I think that there is still a lot of work to be done, because if we talk about negative gender norms, there are still some societies today in Nigeria whereby some practices, cultural practice, kind of affects women negatively. So these are some of the things that feminists are fighting against. Okay. And in the long run, it benefits you as a man, because as a man, you have sisters, you have mothers, and you are going to have daughters. So in the long run, it will be beneficial to both genders.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Precious, you said, while defining feminism, that there's a thin line between feminism and, misandry.
Yes.
Does that mean that there's just a little difference between both? And if that's the case, what is that thin line?
Okay, first of all, there is a thin line between feminism and misandry, and in context, depending on the situation.
Okay.
Do you understand? From time immemorial, we have been in a patriarchal society, and women have been considered less. Do you understand? So when a woman deserves something and the woman does not get it, the woman gets angry and hates men, because most times, not necessarily hate, I know you're supposed to get angry. Do you understand? Like, I deserve this thing, but
So
you are
why
giving
you
it to a
giving it
man, because a man, you perceive a man as maybe the man is supposed to be in charge, while I'm supposed to be below. So that's when misandry comes in. Like, it's not like the person basically
Naturally,
hates
yes.
men, but because of that particular context or that particular situation, the person can just transform from that feminism into misandry. Feminism does not necessarily mean that we hate men or anything, but situations whereby we are supposed to get what we deserve, but it was given to a man, bypass you, you are a woman, you cannot get this. Examples in schools, when we were in schools, in the universities, they feel the females are not supposed to contest for SUG presidents, that we deserve the vice president or secretary.
Is that the reality?
It's the reality. It's a reality. So because of that, we'll be angry, like, I'm a woman, I'm a human being.
I went through the higher institution, for instance, and of course we had, females vying for elective positions. I don't think there was ever a case where women were robbed of, their...
Most times generally in politics too. But let's start from the grassroots level. In universities, how many female SUG presidents have you seen? We've not had most of them.
Is that because women are disenfranchised, or because they just don't show enough interest?
We show enough interest, but we are disenfranchised. We are sidelined. Please go. When men are talking, you are not supposed to talk.
Why should a
woman? A man that stands to pee, you bend to pee. You cannot stand where we are. Do you understand? So that's the context. So that's the thin line. That's the thin line. Does not necessarily mean that we hate men. After all, I'm married.
Okay.
Do you understand? I don't hate men. But there's a thin line between that. And I know I deserve this position, but you're not giving it to me. So that's a thin line. So it's very, very...
So what you're saying in essence is it's easy to transition from feminism to misandry?
Depending on the situation at hand. Do you understand? Depending on the situation. So it's very easy. So it's just a thin line. But misandry has never hurt anyone.
It has never hurt anyone.
Yes.
Now, Abigail, she just made a very bold assertion, and that for me is quite controversial. Do you think, or do you agree that misandry has never hurt anyone? Because the truth of the matter is, if you take a look at what's happening out there, especially on the social media space, there seems to be a very fierce battle between men and women. I think it has gotten to a point where even the men themselves are fighting back, right? Imagine someone saying, for instance, that men do not deserve to live just because they subjugate against women and stuff like that. Now, what do you subscribe to what she just said, that misandry has never hurt anyone?
I agree.
You agree?
Yes, I'll give my reason.
It has never hurt anyone.
Misandry has never hurt anyone.
Why do I feel like I'm supposed to have a male here? But it's okay.
Wait, we are going to win you today, don't worry.
All right.
Wait, okay, if we go by the dictionary definition of misandry, misandry is like a myth.
You think it doesn't really exist?
It does not really exist. It's more of an ideology than a reality.
Just like feminism.
Feminism is a movement.
It's a movement. It's not.
It's a movement. But
so you are telling me now that we do not have a movement of hate against men?
Please excuse me, Jesus. There is nothing like that. Okay. You talk about social media. Social media is not the real world. The fact that some women kind of make some abrasive posts, toxic posts about a man, is that actually the reality of things? It's not the real. How many women? Women hate men, right?
Yes.
Misandry is a movement. It exists. Every Saturday, people are getting married.
Well, that does not in any way invalidate, the assertion that women hate men.
Why will you hate somebody and get married to that person?
I think it's one of the hypocrisies of the world. Okay, let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Just recently, a popular influencer on social media said that the scripture that says God the Father, God the Son is sexist.
Okay.
That why don't we have God the mother and God the daughter? What do you make of that? Isn't that misandry?
All right, let me continue with what I was saying concerning
What
the
she
point
was saying.
that she made. I would say that misandry is more in theory than in reality. Okay, but even if misandry is actually real, maybe some instances in the society where you have women who actually kind of hate men, I would say that misandry came up as a result, is a backlash. It came up as a reaction to misogyny. So it's like a reactive abuse. You know, when somebody has oppressed you for long, if somebody is slapping you, beating you, you will not just stay there now and just be looking. You'll come back.
It's a case of the proverbial goat that was pushed to the wall.
It's just like when they will tell you in pidgin, first to do, you know the pain.
Second, when you are pushed to the wall, you have to fight back because you know you can't go through the wall.
It's as a result of years of oppression, discrimination.
Okay.
The thing is that when I talk about reactive abuse, like there are times when somebody will do something to you and you will retaliate. The person will begin to defend themselves. They won't see what you have done. They won't see what they have done. They will begin to see your reaction. Yet it was their action that triggered your reaction. That's reactive abuse. So if we want to put an end to misandry, though it's not common, then if misogyny stops, misandry will also cease. That's just the truth. Because misandry is a reaction to years of abuse. And again, when some people say they tag a woman anti-male or a woman hates a man, most times I feel it's just a woman. She is not actually hating anyone in reality. It's just a woman looking out for herself. She's just trying to apply caution, precaution. She does not want to be a victim. So it's just like when you are offered.
Even when she goes as far as calling for death.
Most times,
do you actually do it?
It doesn't happen like that.
We see a lot of these things on social media. Let's not
how many women have done it in reality?
It doesn't happen in reality. It ends
but
on social
when we talk
media.
about misogyny, it is in our system.
Everywhere.
Religion supports it. It is embedded in the bedroom. It is institutionalized. It is normalized. That's what we are just trying to fight against. Discrimination, oppression. Don't oppress us. That's just it.
Anyways, misandry, feminism, how do you see it? Do you think, it's just a myth, just like Abigail said, or it's something that is actually, out there? Is it something that you've experienced as a person? Anyways, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. We have to go on this very important break. When we return, the program continues. Stay back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. Now, I'd like to ask you this, Precious. At what point does one move from being a feminist to a misandrist?
Like I said before, most times it has to do with the situation at hand. Do you understand? The situation at hand, that's the cause. Because, like I said before earlier, it's my right, but you are depriving me of it. Do you understand? And the society, in generally, favors men. It favors men, even right from the homes. Let's check from the homes. Most times, the male children are preferred to the female children. Most times, they tell you, okay, this is your right.
Nature, they are not complete.
You are not complete. Then, when they are growing up, more responsibilities falls on the female. And the men are just, okay, anyhow you just live, provided you have money tomorrow, and you just marry somebody and do this. But the woman see that you, when growing up, you are the one that, they have to tell, don't do this, don't do that, and you're watching your brother making.
But the boy child is also policed. It's also,
not as policed as much as the girl child. That is the difference. Do you understand? So when you don't grow up and find out that, the society or even everybody tends to favor the men more than you, you fight back. Like she said before, it's a reaction. Do you understand? It's a reaction to an action. What you did to me, I will react now. And most when I'm not reacting, you're not saying, hey, why are you reacting that way? It was what you did to me that made me to react. So that's it. So when you are supposed to get this thing, or you are supposed to be treated fairly, you are not treated fairly. I'm gonna have to react. I'm very, very angry right now. And next thing you switch to misandry. But that misandry does not mean that you necessarily hate men. We have fathers. We are married. We have sons. Do you understand?
But we've seen several cases, where women went as far as eliminating the men in their lives.
Several.
Yeah, so, when you say they don't necessarily hate men, would you eliminate someone you don't hate?
I think it has to do maybe with how the person was treating that woman. I don't support that.
I think this is where the real problem is. And this is one of the arguments against feminism. I've heard a lot of persons say that feminists lack accountability because it's always about what made them do what they did, what made them do what they did, or what makes them do what they do. You understand? It's always about somebody triggering them. Feminists are do not necessarily believe that they are capable, like inherently capable of doing anything bad.
Until somebody pushes you, you know
what
that
is doing, right? If you want the person to behave, don't push the person.
If I'm on my own and nobody looks for my trouble, I will not fight back. Do you understand? That's it.
Is it also safe to say that men, do evil because they are triggered to do so, or men are just inherently evil?
No, men are patriarchal. Do you understand? They believe they are in charge, so they tend to treat you because they feel you are lesser or you are beneath them. Do you understand? That's how they feel most times. I don't know, but I feel that's how they react. Like, you're a woman, you're not supposed to talk to me like that. Something that maybe a fellow man will do to them and they see it like it's nothing. If a woman does it to them, they see it like, I will deal with you for that thing that you did. You're a woman, you're not supposed to talk back at me. So that's just it. So most times, men, once they just see a woman like this, they see you as, I beg, just shift to one side. You are not supposed to be talking where the boys are talking or where men are talking. Most times, even in settings, maybe especially in meetings, family meetings, you see they will say, I beg, madam, don't talk here. Men are talking. When men are talking, women don't talk. Do you understand? So I feel like it's how men have already seen themselves like they are superior to women. So they treat you because of their belief that you are beneath them.
All right, thank you very much, Precious. Now, Abigail, I'd like us to take a look at the religious angle to this conversation. Okay. Quite recently, I think it was yesterday that I stumbled on this on social media, where a popular influencer who happens to be, I think it's safe to even call her a misandrist, because much of the posts she dishes out are misandrist in nature, right? She made a very funny assertion that the Holy Bible is patriarchal in nature, and that it's in fact, I think she even said it's what's the word now?
Misogyny.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for the right. She said the Bible was written to cater to men. For example, she said, why do we have God the Father, God the Son, and not God the Father, God the Son, and not God the daughter and God the wife? That it's discriminatory against women. Do you subscribe to that? Do you think that makes sense? Do you believe that the Bible or religion generally is misogynist?
Okay, when it comes to feminism as a movement, as an ideology, there are different schools of thoughts and different approaches. For example, you have within feminism, you have those that are radical, you have those that are liberal, you have those that support, that have kind of a strong stance. Different approach exists within feminism. So that the fact that somebody subscribes to a particular part doesn't mean all feminists agree with that particular stance or ideology. So I just want to make that clear. Now, concerning this aspect, I am a feminist. I am a believer, a Christian feminist.
Is that possible?
Yes, it's very possible.
We have Christian feminists.
I even agree that Jesus Christ is a feminist.
Really?
Yes.
What makes you think so?
Jesus Christ, if you read through the Bible, he was always talking about fairness, love. There was never a time that, I'm talking about the person of Jesus Christ. I'm not talking about the Bible, scriptures, the apostles, Jesus Christ as a person. So many of his actions, he was talking about fairness, being fair. And he never discriminated against women. He carried women along. Even when Jesus Christ died, the women played a lot of role in his, in his death, even in his resurrection. So he never discriminated. Even Mary Magdalene never discriminated against. When they came to report him and said, this woman committed adultery, what should we do? He said, if you are without sin, you'll be the first to cast the stone. But if it were a patriarchal way, they will pounce on that woman. So I would say that Jesus Christ is a feminist, the person of Jesus. Now, personally, to answer your question, I don't share that sentiment because it contravenes my belief, my Christian belief, that the Bible, why would the Bible address, why would the Bible make
Christian
some statements?
Food will call that, you know, a blasphemy. Yeah.
Yes, I don't quite agree with that, but there's something I want to say. Feminism is all about choices. When we say feminism supports equality, it means that both men and women should have the freedom to choose their path. Don't limit anyone. In fact, feminism is broad. It's broad. There are different components and different aspects to it. For example, now, I can choose to become a pilot. I can choose to become a CEO as a woman. You as a man, you can choose to become a stay-at-home dad. Both choices are different. They are not related. But both choices should be respected and not restricted. So that's what feminism is standing for. If somebody decides to, I've seen some arguments on social media that some feminists are not even supposed to be submissive to their wife. Sorry, their husband. Why will you say you are a feminist and yet you are still arguing if women are supposed to be submissive? They will tell you that it means that you are not a true feminist if you are being submissive to your husband. But I don't agree to that. So I feel there are various approaches. Feminism is about choice. So if that's her choice, if she believes, that's her belief, and she's entitled to her opinion. You don't force your opinion on somebody.
Okay, so in a nutshell, Abigail just said that she doesn't believe feminism exists in marriage, because feminists argue that a woman is not supposed to submit to a man because both are equal. What's your take on that, Precious?
Concerning the submission?
Yes. Do you think feminists, or first of all, do you even believe that a Christian woman can be a feminist?
Yes, and a Christian woman can be a feminist. Religion does not affect your feminism. Another thing, marriage is partnership. Do you understand?
Do you believe a man is the woman's head?
It's partnership. I believe marriage is
partnership. You don't believe a man is the woman's head?
No, I believe marriage is partnership.
Okay. You believe it's partnership.
Yes.
Abigail, what's your take on that?
I think, well, you made a statement that I said feminism does exist in marriage. I didn't see that.
Okay.
Now, to me personally,
you think feminism exists in marriage?
Yes. Everybody should be a feminist, whether you are a man or you are a woman. There are some people that are even feminists. They don't know it. The views that they support. Some men are feminists. They may not like the title. They may not want to align with it, but there are some things they do in their own. It represents feminism. Okay. There are some men that when we talk about traditional gender roles, there are some things that some women cannot relate to. If you go to some home, the men cook, they clean. Like you said, is a partnership. So that argument is not. I don't even think in this 21st century
we should be
arguing a submission. In fact, I don't know. It's absurd to me.
You think it's archaic, but
it's absurd to me. That doesn't mean I don't. In fact, I believe in respect.
Okay.
I will respect you as an
individual. But do you think a woman should submit to a man?
Submission does not come up in this age.
No, okay. You think submission is?
It's not something we start talking about
in marriage.
Okay.
You are looking for my mouth. In marriage, in marriage, what I'm trying to say is that if you begin to discuss as a man or as a man, you are telling your wife, "Don't you know I'm your age?" You have already lost that age.
Okay.
You don't look, because I can't imagine as I relate with teenagers. I will not turn on my teenager. I will not say, you don't know how to greet. You don't have respect. I've lost. Me that I'm saying that I have, because there's a way I will approach that thing.
Now, let me.
I've lost my respect by doing that.
I'm actually not saying that a man must demand for submission, but I'm saying that as a woman, do you think a woman should submit to a man, to her husband?
Both men and women submit to it. Even the Bible says submit to
and there are gender roles in marriage.
Okay.
Both of them are submitting.
And you do not believe that the man is the head of the woman?
The man is the head. I agree.
So if the man is the head, the woman should submit, don't you think?
Both of them are submitting to each other.
But what about the scripture that says that the man should love while the woman should submit?
Even before that, both of them submit to yourselves. Before the scripture now say, men love your wife.
Just like Christ loves the church.
I'm actually not a cleric.
But do men love their wives?
I'm not a cleric, but if I understand that scripture very well, I really don't think it's referring to the marriage context.
Okay.
Right? When it says submit one to another. I think that's pretty much...
Okay, that particular context is not related to marriage. But the other one is marriage.
Yes, that one is marriage related because...
You're just selecting the one that favors it.
All right, it's still Flip Side on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. There are lots of misconceptions surrounding the subject, and hence it's important that we define the terminologies just so we put things in proper perspective. Now we have to go on another very important break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay. Flip side on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. Now, before we went on that break, Abigail, we're talking about the home front,
yes,
and the role that both genders are supposed to play, right? The man is expected to protect and provide,
yes,
while the woman is expected to submit. Beyond scripture, beyond religion, right? I think this is these are gender norms as far as culture is concerned, especially in the African context. Now, do you believe that it's a woman's responsibility to submit to her husband? I told you we weren't done with that part of the conversation, so I need us to put it in proper perspective. Do you think a woman should submit to her husband?
Okay. Like, I'll borrow the word that Precious said. She said marriage is a partnership. So I will still stand on the point I made earlier. Submission should not be something that we should be discussing in marriage now. It's not as if
why?
It's not as if as a woman.
Demand from the woman.
You said we should remove from the religious aspect.
Yes,
that's what you said.
Even within the cultural context.
Now, if we should remove that, so why should you be demanding that a woman? Because sometimes the way some people define submission is like be subservient to me. Now, okay, let's not just speak English. Some practical examples. There are some women that might say, okay, I want to go back to school. I feel it is in my best interest to be educated. Then the man will not tell the woman, I don't want you to go to school. The woman is expected to submit, even when she knows that it will be beneficial to her to go back to school. Or it may also be that she was working before she met the man, and the man tells her, I don't want you to, because these are some of the areas where people have issues with submission. Is not just about I came back from work, you didn't greet me, you didn't. No, that I don't think these are some of the issues. Okay, I want you to stop working, and I want you to focus on the children, grooming the children, raising the family. The woman would
taking care of the
woman would be like, I don't want to stop doing that. I don't want to stop working. I want to keep on working. Then the woman will be tagged unsubmissive because she does not want to yield to the demands of the husband. So I think that marriage should be a partnership. There are some conversations that intending couples should have before marriage. How do we handle issues like this? Because sometimes some people just expect that anything a man tells you, you just agree to it, even if that thing does not go well with you. Even if you know that someone will tell you when the man tells you, just listen to him first. In the long run, it will agree. There are times that over a lifetime, the man might not change his mind forever. Like this issue of work, I know of somebody that the woman was working and the man told her just for a while, let the children grow up, let them be around maybe when they've entered secondary school. From secondary school they entered university, and now the woman is regretting, like when she sees her friend,
she does not have a life.
She studied, she was a lawyer, she law profession. When she sees some of her, she went for a meeting. Okay, somebody said she went for a meeting sometime and she could not even dialogue with her colleagues. She was not even she does not even know current issues, because why? She has used all her years to train the children, that she doesn't even know much about what is going on in her profession. So these are some of, when we talk about submission, I think it should be a mutual agreement. Marriage should be a partnership between a man and a woman. If you know that this thing should be in the best, I believe that husband and wife can come together and dialogue, reach a kind of
consensus,
a consensus or a compromise concerning issues. If you know that this thing will be beneficial to your wife, why don't you allow kind of pursue that particular thing? Don't just limit her. Some men are just intimidated by the idea of a woman, maybe a woman doing better than them.
So are you saying
or a woman
that if a man demanding
field
for submission is insecure? Is that what you're
saying?
saying?
No, I won't say a man demanding for submission is insecure. I won't say it's insecurity, but I feel that there is a fundamental problem already going on that is making that man to demand.
So what you're
for
saying
submission.
in essence is that the issue of submission should never be brought up in marriage.
It can be brought up, but
so who should submit to who? Because it doesn't. It seems like you're not answering the question in clear terms. Who should submit to who?
Who should submit to who?
Yes.
Like I told you, I said it is a partnership between both of them.
So
depends on the
both
issue.
should submit to
each other. Simple. Okay, let me add to what Abigail said.
Okay.
Aside that, okay, for example, he said a man is supposed to provide and protect the woman. Let's come to a situation whereby maybe the woman now is out earning or providing more in the home.
Okay.
Do you tell the husband to submit to that woman? Because she's now the one carrying everything.
okay, I think the question you're asking will be based on the assertion or the impression.
Yes, that because if
submission is conditional, but
yes.
that's not the case here. I don't think submission is conditional. It's not dependent on whether the man provides or not.
Oh no, she said because you said the man is
supposed to provide.
Yeah, the provision, protection and provision is are the man's responsibility, just as submission, is the woman's responsibility, right? What I'm saying is, what the question I am asking is, are you saying that a woman is not supposed to submit to her husband just because they are partners?
They are partners. Submit to each other. As simple as that. No more, no less.
Okay, no more, no less.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at some more very interesting angles to this conversation. Does foreign aid empower? Okay, sorry, I think that's a very okay. This one actually says, can negative personal experiences with men lead to misandry disguised as feminism?
Yes.
Because a lot of times,
it's true.
most of the people we call feminists, most of the people we see as feminists are people who have had a terrible experience with men in the past.
Yes, it can, depending on the person.
Do you think that's justified or justifiable?
Depending on the person. Maybe what the person suffered. It might not be one man, it might not be two men. It might be maybe different men, and she decided.
So some of the people going about calling themselves feminists are just victims of heartbreak?
Not all.
Not all.
I said some.
Some, yes.
Not all.
Okay.
Like there's some of them, yes. Some of them is due to what they experience in the hands of men. That's when they decided to be like that. Do you understand? So, but it's not all. There are some women that growing up, I say, no, right from time me, I just want to be a boss lady and everything. That's their way. Do you understand? Then some people, it was due to what they experienced in the hands of men, and they decided like, no, I will not take it anymore. And they find that most of them, it's not because they were not submissive. You find out that some of them were so submissive. Do you understand? They were very, very submissive. In the long run, the men they were submissive to treated them like they were nobody.
Okay.
So they now decided that, if I get that opportunity again, I will never try it. That's how they became feminists. And like you said, feminism is different beliefs. Do you understand? My belief might be different from your belief. Do you understand? A person's upbringing, a person's societal upbringing, a person's environment contributes.
Okay, shapes their.
Yes, shapes their decision. A feminist in America is not the same as a feminist in Nigeria. Because I grew up here, it's because of what I experienced. That's what made me become a feminist. And those ones, when they talk about it, you'll be like, I don't understand your own context. But feminism is broad. It's very broad. It depends on everybody's choices.
All right. Now,
okay,
Abigail.
So in addition to what
she said
concerning this question, I think like the experiences the woman has had, maybe she has had lots of broken relationship, it can actually affect understanding. It can affect if she will become a misandrist in comparison to being a feminist. The another thing I would like to say is that there are some times that it might not even be as a result of her experience. It might not be as a result of her experience, but it might also be because over the years in the society, there's a way the society operates. So that can also influence our choice. So sometimes not as a result of maybe broken relationship. It's not all the time it's as a result of broken relationship. It might even be as a result of maybe our upbringing, the kind of home. There are some things that you see in the kind of relationship between your parents. Then you tell yourself that when I grow up, this is how I want to live my life. So sometimes, and when you talk about women, 18 men, a woman being a misandry, just like, yes, that's the word there's something I was trying to get. It's just like, for example, a woman that has been battered, like she has seen a lot of experience some kind of bad things from men. Let's say she'll start asking herself, what is the probability of me meeting somebody good? So let me just conclude that all men, that's the reason why some misandries generalize. They will tell you all men, they will not want to make any exception. It's just like when you offer someone a tray of apples and you tell the person that most of these apples are bad, what is the probability of that person picking a good one? The person might pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the person will just conclude like, it's like all of them are bad. Let me just stay put. I don't want to even try my luck. So sometimes as a result of that, that's why some women become misandries.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail, for that amazing analysis. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. We shall be going on another break. When we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Stay the final lap of Flipside today's episode. Now, I'd like to ask you guys this question, and of course I'm directing this at you, Abigail. Do you think that misandry could negatively affect genuine feminist efforts?
Okay, yes.
And in what way?
I would say yes to that. You know, when we talk about advocacy for women's rights, advocacy for women's rights crosses the line into misandry when it makes generalization or negative generalization about all men. When you make statement like all men, you just make that kind of hasty generalization that all men are the same. Now, misandry actually can actually kind of truncate the activities of feminists, because one thing I would like to say is that when we keep on using this kind of negative words, boys are, all men are, you understand, when we keep on making such generalization, boys will grow up, they'll begin to think that it's in their nature, it's inherent for them to be violent or to be the kind of morally suspect, you understand, because people will tell you that it's always men that are doing this thing, it's always men. So as a result of that, they'll grow up with that mindset that this is what is like a script that the society has written and handed over to them, so they have no other choice than to follow it, even when they do something that is wrong. The excuse that they will give is that they will say, they said all men are like that, all men are violent, it is in my nature. So when we continue to use such language, or we continue to say that all men are the same, men are toxic, men are trash, men are, understand, it does not give for the boys that are upcoming, the ones that are still growing up, that are still young. They begin to say, okay, this is something that is normal for me to do, and it kind of causes this resentment or division or alienation between both genders. So that aspect of feminism, that kind of aspect that has to do with misandry, it has a way of truncating the efforts.
All right. Precious, what's your take on that? Do you think misandry is a clog in the wheels of feminism's progress?
I will not say it is, but like Abigail just said, most times men have been conditioned to, okay, all men, like she said. They will not believe that this is how they are supposed to react. Misandry does not necessarily truncate feminism. Do you understand? Okay. It doesn't necessarily truncate feminism. Feminism is advocacy for equal rights, equal everything.
And misandry is outright hatred for men.
Yes.
Which is more in theory.
Which is more in theory than in practical, than in reality.
So if feminists think they are fighting a just cause, don't you think they should be bothered that there is a group or there is a section that is
like
out
we said,
to,
it's just a theory.
There are not much.
It's just a theory. People that are doing that, and most times, and these things end in online banter.
Yes. You think so?
Yes. It ends in online banter.
We talk about that after on social media.
Because people have real life stories to tell.
Yes, but most times this misandry doesn't go beyond online banter. That's what I see. It doesn't go beyond that. If we check real life misandry and feminism is open, like it's everywhere. For misandry, how many women will you see that are necessarily misandrists? They are very, very few. So I will not say misandry is suffocating or pressing feminism. Like I say, feminism depends on choices. Those people, most of them, they did not become misandrists because of they became misandrists due to one or two experiences. I will leave them aside. Maybe some of them, they need therapy to heal. Do you understand? As time goes on, they will understand what the real feminism movement is.
All right. Finally, though, this is actually the very last question. Do you think real male feminists exist, Abigail, as we begin to wrap up?
Okay. From what I've observed, because I don't know the mind of everyone, but it seems that this movement, feminism, is more evident online than in reality. Okay. I've seen men who started out as, I told you, like, feminism is gender inclusive. It does not just remove men from the picture. Okay. Yes. But there are some men I've seen online, most especially online, don't have real life that I've identified as that they've called, like I mentioned earlier, I said some men are feminists because of their actions. It shows they support the ideas of feminism, but they may not really call themselves feminists
because it means feminine.
But some of the things they do, the way they support the equality of women, you will know that this person is because of their action, but they may not carry that tag. But online, I've often seen men who started out as feminists trying to support women's rights, but along the line, their true colors
just came up.
Begin to show. Some of them are even some of them are even toxic.
They were probably not genuine after all.
Yes, they were not genuine. Some of them are just looking for, they just want
to know. That's what we say, social media validation.
Yes, one thing I noticed is that when women support a cause, that thing is likely going to move on. Some of them, they have built followers over the years, and the followers they had were women who supported them. Now that they have attained that, they are not revealing the true colors nature. They are not even speaking against the women that they were supporting when they started. You know, most of these people online, we didn't really talk about that aspect of social media. Most of them are content creators. All these things we see online, all these men are
beyond online banter.
It is for
clout.
Like they are just throwing controversy just because they want to gain more engagement. I remember there was a time I made a post on my Facebook page. I said something. I said, unpopular opinion, the children of single parents are doing exceptionally well. That post, I had lots of engagement because people thought I said single parent, but they thought I was talking about single mothers.
They thought you were
people that have never commented on my page. I've been posting about teenagers, you understand? Nobody will comment, but this one, they were just arguing. So most times, anybody that is using social media needs to understand that the algorithm favors content, prioritize content that kind of brings about more engagement. So people will naturally want to post controversial stuff just to elicit your response.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. It's been an amazing show so far. I want to say a very big thank you to you for doing me the honor of analyzing this discourse with me. We've been talking about feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. I'm hoping that the next time I call upon you, you will do me, the favor of being with me. All right, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and I really do hope that the notes have been taken so far. Feminism is a good thing; it's a good cause. Okay, misandry is not a good cause. There is no reason to hate any human being. There is absolutely no reason to hate anyone. Okay. Go about demanding for equal rights or whatever it is you're demanding for, but do not hate anybody, okay? Because we are all, we are all one. God created us as humans, and we must look out for one another. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blessed day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful. Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya waweso Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Marawe Mari Esama Dion na Mimado pon Esama Mimado gbeken Esama e ma Dion wa na Esama magbekenene osabo obuyo bitone aba no get on maga no dia mi maga mani do gbekene ne na ima yafe ima ato ima agbon oro pa egugu dori ima dia wore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me we just go no mi afa in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for us, for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello everyone, it's another day, beautiful one at that, for the program Woman to Woman. Young girls nowadays face a lot of challenges, so much that sometimes you begin to wonder, is it a crime to be a girl? Is it a crime to be a lady? But it is what it is. You're a girl, so let's live with it. So today we want to look at helping girls overcome some challenges that they face in life, helping young girls to navigate some of the challenges. We cannot talk about all of the challenges that girls face, too numerous, and these few minutes will just not be enough to talk about all of them. So let's just pick it little bit, bits from here, bits from there, and then see how we can help our girls. Our young girls are going through a lot, particularly in this age and time. So joining me to talk about this topic is a counselor, a beautiful woman, and you will love her, you will love her. So please join me to welcome Counselor Sharon Ekele. She is from Ekele, right?
Yeah,
I got it.
Yeah,
so she's a counselor from the Counseling Center, University of Benin. So nice to have you join us.
Thank you.
And you're looking good, looking sharp.
So
All right, so Counselor Sharon, I know you deal with a lot of young girls because I've come to your office, I've seen what you do, and I'm like, wow, these people are doing quite a lot for the young girls, okay? So now, let's look at some of the problems that young girls face in this life, in any environment that they find themselves. The problems are the same, but the way each of us respond to these problems are quite different. So how do we respond to issues facing us? So let's start with this one now, the one that is everywhere, the social media thing. You know, young girls suffer a lot as a result of what they see on social media, comments people make about them, comments people make about other girls, some very traumatizing things that they see. And some of them can withdraw, or some of them can just decide to do otherwise. So how can a young girl build confidence and self-esteem in a social media-driven society?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Yeah, this social media of a thing has really caused a whole lot of damages. Even though there is a good aspect, but I've come to find out that I think the negative aspect is more than even the positive. Yes, positive aspect regarding the well-being and the mental state of every individual, particularly the young girls out there. They face bully, they face, as in they talk them down. You find out that some of them have been spoken to in a manner that at the end of the day they just burst into tears. Some will come to me, so like, somebody said this in maybe in TikTok about my look. Oh, that I'm shabby, I'm not looking, I'm looking ugly, I'm not fine. You still, if you want,
and it get to them.
Yes, it get to them. So like, oh, so you too, you say you did social media, how many followers you get? Who they comment for your page, and it gets to them.
But you know, some people are bad. Yes. Some places are just bad.
Yes. So, and it gets to them so much, and it starts affecting them mentally. So how will one, especially these young girls, help themselves? The first thing is, ask yourself, why am I on social media?
Okay.
Why am I out there? Is it for people validation? Is it to impress people? Or am I here to impact people, impact life? I think recently, I noticed that people have been complaining that like, this social media and the also is free, this one is whatever. But so that's what I was like, I just commented one day on somebody that was always talking about it. I was like, I'm here on this page to impact lives. So even though I don't get the comments, I don't get the likes or whatever, but I know that there must be one person my message has impacted positively.
Okay.
And has transformed positively. So that is the first thing we need to put, these young girls need to put at the back of their head.
Having a positive mindset.
Why am I here on social media? Then learn to just unfollow those that are making you feel insecure, making you feel insignificant out there. So you must not follow them back to back and want to be exchanging words. So if you feel you are not so comfortable with what this person is saying to you day in, day out, you unblock the person. So learn to know that social media life is fake. A lot of fake out there.
Okay.
No, it's not real. A lot of unreal life is out there.
You know why I'm laughing? I remember a comment somebody made on my page. I was just doing my own thing, dancing, and he said, "Who be this so do myself?"
Exactly. You just imagine that kind of.
And I just laughed. Then I asked the person, "Who bring you come here?" I was just having fun because the comment he made really made me laugh. But for some person, it will affect them. And we also know that this comment, this backlash and all of that affects their mental health. Because I've been opportunity to talk to a girl who I saw somewhere smoking. I was like, "Why are you on this?" And she said, "Oh, auntie." I said, "I'm not your auntie. I'm old enough to be your mommy. Don't auntie me. Address me properly. Why are you on this?" And she was like, she's on social media and somebody said that, you know. So it affects their mental health. So how can they push forward to make sure that this does not get to their head at all? Because you have said they should block the person, they should follow the person, and all of that. It's very hard for them to want to do that.
Because, you know, some persons, they think of, they are so afraid of losing their followers. That is one thing, because they'll tell you, "Oh, followers is important," or comments, whether negative or positive, the more it comes, the more money you are making, let it flow and all that. So if you are not mentally fit, I tell people there are some places you don't need to be. Because at the end of the day, you will break down. So a person, okay, let's take that comment for example. The person say, "Waiting this old woman they do for you," or stuff like that and everything. So, and you are not mentally fit on your own, you are struggling mentally, and such words comes to you. You find that before you know, you are draining. This is a damaged person that have end up coming to damage you more.
I think that's the right word. It's damaged people that come to comment all those wrongful things.
So they feel fulfilled when they do such things. They are happy.
Just to hurt somebody.
Yes, just to hurt somebody and see what they... So sometimes I get some comments like that. I get some things like that. So I just ignore. I just smile and laugh. But not everybody can take it. So that's why I said, the first thing, if you know you are battling mentally, you can't take some comments, you can't take some things you see on social media.
Avoid it.
Yes, avoid it. Sometimes I just say, take a break of social media. Just take a break. Go and unwind. Reset your brain. Seek professional help to help you build your mental state. Then when you are coming back, you now understand humans.
You are ready for it. Yes. Okay, another challenge I know young girls face is a relationship thing. How to draw boundaries, how to recognize a toxic relationship, even when they see all of the signs glaring. I don't know what pushed them into such a relationship. So the question is, how can girls navigate relationships and set boundaries with friends and their partners? Because we've come to also realize that it is not only male partners that some of them have. Some have female partners too. And some have their dolls as their partners. What is going on in the minds of young girls nowadays? So talk to us about how they can navigate relationship and then set boundaries among friends and then those they are in a romantic relationship with.
Self-confidence is a very important aspect in the life of every individual.
Okay.
By the time you don't have self-worth, self-confidence, self-awareness, self-love, you find out that you will continue to absorb and take in toxic. and you keep telling yourself, oh, he loves me. He's the only person that has shown me love.
You must have talked to a lot of girls.
Yes. But in any other person who like, what do they want this one? They are beating you blue, black every day. He's insulting you, and you say the person loves you. It's not the fault of that person.
Okay.
Because that young girl has lacked love all her life, and boom, somebody from nowhere comes up
to come and show you love,
pretending to love you, accepting you, and you think it is love. So how will such girls help themselves? The first thing a girl needs to do is love yourself. I think my Bible says you can't say you love the other person if you don't love your own self.
Okay.
So self-love first before you start thinking of somebody else. So by the time you love yourself, appreciate yourself, as I heard this, so for example, maybe as I'm still a young girl, I love my skin so much, I appreciate my skin. I don't want anything hot to touch me. So by the time I see you are too hot, excuse you, please, I find my way. Then you have friends that you know, they are girls now, they want to compete with each other. Then you want to now you want to meet up to them. They're like, hold my bag, you know, you don't fit in. After all, you don't have human hair, you don't whatever. And so what are you doing in our midst? So just be following us about. The question you should ask yourself, what am I doing here? You can only take that because you don't believe in your own self. You don't love yourself. So by the time you love yourself, appreciate yourself, you have self-awareness of yourself, you find out that you don't want to be where people don't accept you, don't love you, you are not welcome. You always want to set your boundaries, want to like, okay, I find out that this person is not it, so Joy, stay your own, let me stay my own. I do it. I do it. There are times I do it.
But that power of assertiveness is what most girls don't have. And I don't know how that can be instilled in a girl to say, girlfriend, you are enough. Just you the way you are, you're just enough. And then have that power to say no and mean it. That, okay, this is no, this is no. But it's hard for some girls. So I know as a counselor, you must have met one or two girls like that.
Yes, a lot of them. I've met a lot of them. Like I said earlier, it all boils down to the mindset, upbringing also, and the environment. So if you are from a home that your parents have always battered you, looked down on you, see nothing good in you, and you find yourself in an environment, it clicks.
So parents have a role to play in all of this. Then
religious bodies also have, there are some pastors that talk down on their members.
I will not go to that church again.
So by the time maybe my mother has said not you good for nothing, or father has said it, then you go to church, your religious leader is saying it. So it becomes acceptable to that person. Yes, it becomes acceptable that is the fact. If my mother can say this, can say that, is the fact.
That is who I am.
But so they start absorbing it and start living with it. So the first thing I do as a therapist is to unlearn to all you've absorbed.
You should just
start putting them. Is that how you see your own self? So start building affirmation words for you. So those words every morning, every day, start like, oh Sharon, you're beautiful. You know you're special.
You know, talks like this way, you're beautiful. Yeah, you see your own name.
So do you know there is none, you are specially created. Outside you there is no other.
So you see that to yourself. That's big, and that's
beautiful.
Need
to tell you how bad such words does to people. I have a young girl, a client. Even when I told her, stand in the mirror, what do you see? She said, I'm seeing a monster with two big horns, a long nose, like a devil. I'm like, is that what you see? He said, yes, that is what
she has been made to believe.
So it's time. So with time, we start unlearning what that person has absorbed.
Negative energy,
thoughts inside the person, and start building a positive mindset. So at that period, such persons should stay away. Just stay away from what you know triggers you.
Things you know that makes you feel less of yourself. If it's a partner, a friend, just stay away. If it's the environment, stay away from that environment until you are healed. So when you are healed mentally, when you know your well-being is okay, you can now stand and face the world. And then you will know how to set good boundaries and stand firm on those boundaries.
Wow, that's fantastic, Sharon. All right, at this point, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we will continue with our talk on today's program. Stay tuned. All right, we're here again and ready to make you happy on the program Woman to Woman, and I am with Councillor Sharon. All right, Councillor Sharon, we were talking about girls believing in themselves, you know, speaking positively to themselves, waking up in the morning, and all of that is good. But even with all of this, we are seeing girls who are neck deep into BBL. Okay, their breast is not big enough, their butt is not okay, they are removing ribs to have thinner waist and all of that. They are doing hookup, not because they are hungry, but they just want to do this BBL thing. The microblading and all of that. A young girl wants to do all of that. Why would a young girl want to alter the way she looks if she's normal?
Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Like you use the word issues normal.
Yes, why would you want to alter the way God created you?
Boils down to lack of self-esteem in oneself.
This self-esteem now, a big thing.
Now very big thing. Self-esteem is very big. How does it say this? When enhancing one's body. I remember, if you see my university pictures, like I
want to see those pictures.
What is this?
I want to see those pictures.
So, at the time, sometimes
were you bigger or smaller or how?
I don't know the word.
Okay, like this. Like this, letter one.
More
like
than
this.
letter one. So I think that period, there's this movie that came out, Lekma Shandi.
Okay.
And I schooled in UI. So, apparently they were calling me Lekma Shandi. That's what they call me then in school. So sometimes you hear some people like, you just say, no, this one not gets HIV.
Can you imagine?
So for me to like,
that means you were very, very letter one.
So there was one time someone said, there's some thing, when somebody is slim, it will be so fine, you will love it. But this one, I don't even understand. This kind of this thing. So what did that one?
How did that get to you?
Yeah, it got to me. And I started taking drugs to add weight. To add weight, I was not taking drugs to add weight, so that look, you are so fine. Now look at your boobs, see your hips, see your whatever. And so you feel fat. You don't say you go feel fat like this. So, but inside of me, I knew what I was taking, what I was doing. But at the end of the day, it affected me negatively. At the end of the day, because my bone, it was not created to carry the kind of weight
you
I was supposed to be carrying. So then I won't say, and I will blame myself because then I was still in the healing process. But now, whether I fat or sometimes I'm like, you don't do the thing, no, yeah, you not confine again. So now you don't do the fat, so it's none of my business anymore.
You're just okay the way you are.
Yes, I love myself the way I am. So, because most of these girls don't appreciate themselves, they end up indulging in BBL. So there was a thing I was just asking myself, okay, now everybody microblading, everybody they microblade. So I want my thick lips. It's a trend. Oh, like you say, slim.
Okay, people now want thicker lips.
Yeah, thick
like
lips.
Pomo lips.
Yeah, Pomo lips and all that and everything. Then pink lips and everything and all that. Then later, you now see these same people again, they'll start removing everything. They'll say, no, now this one, they rain now. And all that. So why stress yourself over a trend, over what we always live out of fashion one day?
And the consequences are all there. I saw somebody whose BBL got burst, and then she said she started smelling. You know, everywhere she enters without all done all of that.
I saw that story,
then they now started trying to remove all of those things again and all of that. Why bother?
Because people just want to just want validation, and they just want people to be appealing to people. So I give you an example of myself. I wasn't doing it for myself.
But you were doing it for people's
people. Yes, for people. Yes, when they just keep quiet. When they just keep quiet. I was doing it for people. But at the end of the day, I was the one that was that suffered. Yes, these people are not there to suffer with me.
Okay.
So that is one. So by the time you just accept yourself, love yourself the way you are. So because there are some persons who tell you, oh, I think my children, the younger one and the elder daughter, when they stand, you think they agree the younger one before the
I get it. Your senior daughter took after you. I get it.
Then the other one has hip, bust, everything. And she's always telling it on the face of her elder sister. Sometimes she'll go and shake the buttons in her face. Like other cars, I said, oh my God, don't worry. You are beautiful the way you are. You are pretty the way you are. This is how God has created you. So appreciate yourself, love yourself. Don't just look at what she's having and all that. Very soon you too.
Just be comfortable in your skin.
Yes. So by the time people seek such help, to build their self-esteem, their self-confidence, it goes a long way in the life of such persons.
All right, Sharon, you've said so much, and I've learned quite a few too. What's your parting statement now as we round up?
Yeah, as we round up, tell young girls out there, love yourself. Like I always say, which I said before, self-love does not mean you are selfish.
Okay.
Before you can say you love the other person, you need to love yourself first. Then learn to appreciate yourself. Then always affirm yourself. Say good things about yourself. If somebody has said you are useless, the question you should ask yourself, am I really useless?
Okay.
So if you find yourself in a toxic relationship, it's not love.
Okay.
Flee if you can. And be where somebody will love you, respect you, appreciate you the way you are. Then if you have friends that are talking down on you,
flee.
Yeah, flee. Change your friends.
All right, Councillor Sharon, thank you so much for finding time to be with us on our show. I really enjoyed myself. As a parent, please always ask your daughters this question. Is anybody out there making you feel small or little? Whatever answer that daughter gives to you, please try, particularly if she says, yes, there's somebody out there making her feel small. From everything that we have talked about today, do you still need me to tell you that you have to cancel that daughter of yours? That is for you to answer. We'll see you again on the program next week. Bye-bye.
certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Well, welcome. This is Business 360 right here on ITV. I am Nwoluwakpo Stephen. So many things to talk about still in the economy. I hear that petrol price is still biting hard, as at yesterday the price of fuel has been sold for 1,315 naira per litre. That is going to shape part of our conversation on this episode. So let's quickly run through the headlines. Fifth time in March, petrol hit 1,332 naira as Dangote hikes price again. NLC rejects 6 trillion naira par bailout, demands sector reforms. Nigeria earned $31.54 billion from crude oil export in 2025. CBN targets 6 to 9% inflation, warns of external shocks. Now let's begin with the biggest story as regards the petrol hike in price. For the 5th time, Dangote Refinery has increased the price in petrol to 1,332 naira per litre, and here is why. So the price of premium motor spirit, otherwise known as petrol, at retail filling stations is set to rise to at least 1,332 naira per litre nationwide, following a fresh upward review by marketers in response to the latest hike by the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Now this comes as Mrs. Oil Nigeria PLC issued a new pricing template to its dealers, signaling what could become the new benchmark for pump prices across the country. In a communique to dealers on Saturday, the company announced a revised pump price of 1,332 naira per litre, while company delivery was fixed at 1,290 naira per litre and self-collection at 1,282 naira per litre. The company actually did state that all the product loading would be done at the Dangote Refinery, underscoring the facility's growing dominance in the country's fuel supply chain. Now the development followed a fresh increase in refinery's ex-depot price, which was raised to 1,275 naira per litre in its 5th upward review in March this year alone. Barely hours after announcing an earlier increase to 1,240 naira per litre, the refinery again revised its gantry price upward by 30 naira, representing a 2.4% rise and a 100 increase from 1,175 naira per litre sold earlier in the month. It also adjusted its cost sold price from 1,501,648 per metric ton to 1,646,748 per metric ton, reflecting an increase of 134,100 naira. In a notice sent to marketers and customers on Saturday, the refinery directed stakeholders to disregard previous pricing. It also did add, the refinery added, that the revised prices took effect from midnight of March 21st, 2026. It did say, and I quote, that please note that the revised price will apply to all unloaded gantry and coastal volumes and is effective from 12 a.m. on the 21st of March 2026, the company did state. It also clarified to customers with valid bank guarantees that it would continue lifting products under existing approvals, provided they covered the prices differently. Now, the rapid succession of price adjustments within a single day underscores the intensity of pricing pressures currently facing the markets. The hike underscores the continued vulnerability of the country's fuel market to international crude oil price volatility and supply chain disruptions, despite the coming on of the stream of the Dangote refinery, which was expected to stabilize domestic supply. So findings also did show, using petroleumprice.ng, showed that Dangote refinery has adjusted petrol prices 5 times in March, reflecting a steep upward trajectory driven by global oil markets dynamics. So let's run through this. At the beginning of March, the refinery raised its guarantee price from 774 naira per liter on March 2nd precisely to 874 naira per liter, before subsequent increases to 1,050 naira per liter, 1,175 naira per liter, and 1,240 naira, and now 1,275 naira per liter, while the coastal price rose from 1,512,640 naira to 1,646,748 naira per metric ton. So this was followed by another jump of 1,050 naira per liter, representing a 176 increase from 874 naira, or about 20.1%. Within days, the price climbed again to 1,175 naira per liter, adding 125 naira. On March 20th, the refinery increased the price to 1,245 naira per liter, a 70 naira rise, representing roughly 6.0%. Well, hours later, the latest adjustment pushed the price further to 1,275 naira per liter, adding another 30 naira increase. Cumulatively, the guarantee price has surged by 501 naira per liter, from 774 naira per liter at the start of the month to 1,275 naira, representing a sharp increase of approximately 64.7% in less than 3 weeks, I'd love to add. Now, similarly, coastal prices have followed an upward trend, rising from around 1.45 million naira per metric ton earlier in the month to 1.646 million naira, reflecting sustained pressure on international product pricing and freight cost. The new coastal price moved from 1,512,648 per metric ton to 1,646,748 per metric ton, reflecting an increase of 134,100 naira, or about 8.9%. The latest increase is expected to trigger a fresh wave of pump price adjustment across the country, with transport fares and commodity prices likely to rise in response. The rapid succession of price hikes underscores the continued vulnerability of Nigeria's fuel market to global crude oil volatility and supply disruption, despite the coming on stream of Dangote refinery. Now, the new price marks a sharp 250 naira jump from 1,500 naira per liter, which had only recently been increased from 1,430 naira about a week ago. The rapid sequence of adjustment highlights the volatility currently shaping Nigeria's downstream petroleum markets. Now, this is where we are. There are those who would say, oh, it's a global phenomenon and Nigerians shouldn't blame the president. And of course, there are also those who would say we have the right mechanism to put things to work for us to not to really feel the impact. Of course, you do know that the federal government is having a swift moment at this point, but the persons on the downstream part, that you and I having to face the high prices of fuel across the country. As of yesterday, a price of a liter of fuel was being sold for 1,350 naira. Well, now this actually is depending where you are. There's some who would say it's now been sold for 1,500 naira per liter, and this is where we are. The fifth time Dangote refinery is increasing the pump price of petrol. Indeed, it's alarming. Now, let's not forget that as at this point, Dangote refinery is also being a safe haven for most African countries like South Africa and the likes, who are trying to ensure that they do not run out of gas. Well, a lot of things to talk about. We'll keep you up to speed with the latest of development. Hopefully, we see a change moving forward, but also to let you know that the war in the Middle East between America, Iran, and Israel, right, has entered its 4th week as of this week. Now, away from that, the NLC, that's the Nigeria Labour Congress, has something interesting to say regarding the power sector as they reject 6 trillion naira power bailout, demands sector reforms. So the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, has rejected a proposed 6 trillion naira bailout for Nigeria's electricity sector, warning that repeated financial intervention have failed to improve power supply across the country. The position was made known by NLC's President Joe Ajaero in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja. The labor body argued that continued bailouts have not translated into reliable electricity for Nigerians, insisting that deeper structural reforms, not more funding, are needed to fix the sector. So here is what Joe Ajaero is practically saying. Now, he proposed that the proposed bailouts reflect a deeper systematic problems in the power sector, stressing that public funds cannot continue to sustain inefficiencies. It says, and I quote, that the proposed 6 trillion naira bailout is a mere symptom of deeper structural failures in the power sector, and repeated financial interventions have not translated into improved electricity supply for Nigerians. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of Nigerians can attest to this. He further criticized the current framework, noting that Nigerians continue to suffer high tariff and poor service despite ongoing interventions. And he has called for a halt to the bailout and urged the government to prioritize reforms and serve public interest rather than private profits. Well, Ajaero also proposed structural changes, including merging the Ministries of Power and Petroleum into a unified energy ministry to improve coordination, particularly in gas supply for electricity generation. He added that electricity should be treated as a social service rather than a profit-driven commodity, urging the government to convene a stakeholder summit to develop a more people-focused roadmap for the sector. Now, here are more insights on this prevalent situation. So Nigeria's electricity crisis continues to weigh heavily on households and also businesses, with unreliable supply forcing many to depend on costly alternatives such as diesel and petrol generators. So data from industry sources shows that Nigeria generates an average of 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts of electricity of a population of over 200 million, far below the estimated minimum requirement of 20,000 megawatts needed for a stable supply. So this shortfall has left a significant gap in power availability across the country. The sector is also under severe financial strain, with power generation companies, that's GENCOs, currently owed about 6.8 trillion naira, a debt that has accumulated since 2015 and is reportedly increasing by roughly 200 billion naira monthly. This liquidity crisis has made it difficult for operators to maintain turbines, procure spare parts, and secure gas supplies. Gas suppliers, who are critical to the sector, own nearly 60% of the total debt, leading to reduced willingness to supply fuel without payment guarantees. Now, given that gas-fired plants account for about 70% of Nigeria's electricity generation, any disruption in gas supply has an immediate and, of course, widespread impact on power output. More things you should also know on this is the fact that over the past 2 years, the federal government has rolled out several large-scale financial interventions aimed at stabilizing Nigeria's electricity sector. Now yet, supply has remained inconsistent. One of its biggest moves was a 4 trillion naira bond program designed to clear long-standing debts owed to power generation companies and gas suppliers. In addition, about 185 billion naira was approved to settle gas-related obligations and ensure continued fuel supply to thermal plants. Also, budgetary allocations to the power sector have also surged significantly. In 2025 alone, the 2025 fiscal year, the Ministry of Power received about 2.6 trillion naira, with over 2.6 trillion naira earmarked for capital projects such as transmission expansion, grid rehabilitation, and infrastructure upgrades. Under the Presidential Power Initiative, roughly 150 billion naira was committed to improving transmission capacity, while about 700 billion naira approved through FAC was set aside for the rollout of 1.1 million electricity meters to improve billing efficiency and reduce estimated charges. So despite these interventions, the sector continues to struggle with reliability issues. Nigeria experienced multiple national grid collapses in 2025, and with at least 2 recorded in early 2026, underscoring the fragility of the transmission network. So the NLC stands to growing concerns that without structural reforms, continued financial injections may do little or nothing to resolve the sector's long-standing inefficiencies. Of course, the issue regards blackouts, poor power supply has been a conversation that has been on for a long period of time now. And a lot of Nigerians every single time will always fall back to the video of the president where he did state in the 2023 campaigning period where he said he was going to provide Nigeria electricity, and if it doesn't, if he is coming out for the second term, do not vote for him. Now, mind you, the presidential villa currently has the solar panels on and running, and this is where we are. A lot of Nigerians wondering if the federal government could have that at the presidential villa and cutting off from the national grid. What does this mean for the future of power in Nigeria? And for Nigerians, would we even see the light of the day? Would we see the light at the end of the tunnel is the big question that only the federal government can respond to at this point. With all of these measures, all of this beautiful initiative that the NLC has brought out as a more form of solution, do you think it would work? Will the federal government come out to have a roundtable discussion with stakeholders in different sectors as regards the distribution, the transmission, and a whole lot of other bodies involved in the transmission of electricity in Nigeria? If that would even happen is also another big question. The Minister of Power is not left out in this. There are feelers that he would soon resign, as he has intention of running for the governor of Oyo State come 2027, and Nigerians are asking, you could not even do your job dutifully as the Minister of Power. What's that guarantee that if you've been voted for as the governor, well, you do it differently, or you give us the change that we want? Basically, a lot of questions to be asked, and also questions that need cogent answers. Well, we'll quickly take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to other parts of the conversation on Business 360. Please stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining, you're on to Business 360, and now let's move over to another major part of the show. As it says in Nigeria, and $31.54 billion from crude oil export in the year 2025. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. So the data was obtained from the balance of payment report for 2025, which highlights the continued dominance of oil in external earnings despite emergent shifts in the country's export structure. The figure represents a 14.41% decline from $36.85 billion recorded in 2024, reflecting weaker oil receipts, even as a broader external trade indicators showed mixed performance. So what the report shows is the drop in crude oil earnings occurred alongside a current account surplus of $14.4 billion in 2025, lower than $19.3 billion in 2024. The Central Bank of Nigeria attributed the moderation partly to reduced crude oil export proceeds. Of course, further analysis did show that the decline in earnings occurred despite higher crude oil production in 2025. Now, data from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission shows the total crude oil production rose to 530.1 million barrels in 2025 compared to 408 million barrels in 2024. However, overall oil output remained below expectations. Now, Nigeria produced a combined 599 million barrels of crude oil and condensate during the year, while falling short of its budget target of 766.5 billion barrels. This translates to a shortfall of 166.86 million barrels. So further analysis showed that Nigeria fell below its OPEC quota in 9 months of the year, only meeting or slightly exceeding targets in January, June, and July. Remember, this report is coming out of the year 2025. This inconsistency, combined with operational disruptions and outages, continued to limit the country's ability to fully optimize oil revenues. Crude oil prices provided some support during the year, but not enough to offset the impact of production inefficiencies and external headwinds. Now let's quickly talk about external pressures actually persisting despite trade resilience. So Nigeria's external sector faced increasing pressure from rising imports and higher outflows across key accounts, limiting the gains from export growth. Of course, non-oil imports rose by 13.6% to $29.24 billion in 2025, reflecting stronger demand for foreign goods. At the same time, deficits in the services and primary income accounts widened. Net outflows in services accounts increased to $14.58 billion from $13.36 billion, driven by higher payment for transport, travel, and insurance, while net outflows in the primary income account surged by 60.88% to $9.9 billion, largely due to increased dividends and interest payments to foreign investors. So despite these pressures, despite all of this, the goods account remained resilient, posting a surplus of $14.51 billion in 2025 compared to $13.17 billion in the year 2024, supported by higher gas exports and the introduction of refined petroleum exports. So a key development was the decline in fuel imports, which dropped from $14.6 billion in 2024 to $10 billion in 2025, reflecting improved domestic refining capacity. However, crude oil imports of $3.74 billion were recorded during the year, largely linked to feedstock purchases by the Dangote refinery. Overall, Nigeria's balance of payments suppliers declined to $4.23 billion in 2025 from $6.83 billion in 2024, even as external reserves rose to $45.75 billion, indicating improved reserves buffers, despite underlying structural changes in the external sector. And now, as I did say earlier, this report is coming from the crude oil export in the year 2025. I'm sure a lot of economists and analysts are looking forward to how this year 2026 is also going to perform as regards the crude oil export part of the economy. Well, on that note, we wrap up Business 360 today. Thank you so much for being part of the show. We'll do this again next week. Well, until then, please stay safe. I am Arnuluwapo Stevens.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.